Need to adjust the volume at some point. Yeah, that looks a little loud actually. I'm surprised. It is a little loud for me too. I should probably turn this down. Ooh. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, it seems about right. It's a bit good for me too. Alright, we don't need to remap the controls. Okay, so that's what my old save file was, I see. I remember playing, I remember I did play this game at some point, but I remember nothing of that playthrough. 5 hours, I don't know what that means. I don't know what 5 hours of gameplay looks like at this point in my mind. Seems like I was doing alright though. I don't know, maybe. I have no idea. So this is a bit strange for me. We unlocked the Saturday series as part of the points stuff, so we did that points challenge. So, oh boy, we'll see how this goes. Waking up early on a Saturday was a bit of a weird adjustment. Oh, jeez. But I was able to make it work. Fresh off the coffee, so we'll start a new game. The music was nice to listen to already. I actually have a funny story about Hollow Knight's music, because they actually... Did I read this out loud? On this screen is scrunched in. In Wilds Beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret, for none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed, base instincts were redeemed, world you gave to bug and beast, as they had never dreamed. Elegy of Howl Nest. Nice. Elegy for Howl Nest, my bad. Intriguing. But I actually watched the 8-bit music theory video on Hollow Knight's music, and it was actually the examination of the main theme, that theme at the intro. Ow. Wow, this is loud. Holy crap. Why is this game so loud? I'm gonna have to turn it down again. Cool. Thanks masks for blowing out my ears. I'm gonna have to turn that down immediately. I thought I turned it down enough. That's crazy. Thanks, game. At least the music is okay to be loud. I'm okay with that. There's the boy. For years we have waited. Behold him. I do appreciate this boy. The architecture too. I wonder if the devs are really into entomology. You know, like the study of bugs. Wonder if that's a thing they like. I feel like you don't do a lot of you don't do like a whole game of bug-shaped architecture and creatures unless you're a fan of the shape, you know? Yeah, that is loud. Holy crap. Holy Toledo, man. Apologies, I had to stop this cool moment, but ow. Turn that down a lot. Let's see. I think I want to, yeah, I'm going to turn that down to like this, I think. Okay, that's too quiet. Okay, too quiet, too quiet. Hang on. If I do this. I remember these controls. I see. Always check. Oh. You know, I was joking when I said check left in a Metroidvania, but it's always true. As they say, always check left. I like doing I think them doing the credits like this as well is also just very nice. I wasn't even paying attention. I was just looking forward. Hello. Very quick and easy tutorial. I'm not entirely sure why I didn't play this game more when it came out. As I figured out from my discussions on Final Fantasy VII. Focus your soul. Oh, healing is for B. I see. Healing is B. Understood. I'm gonna go kill that other bug so I have some more money. I recognize already the importance of cash. Truly, an economy is necessary. I like that you can jump behind things, too. The foreground is... This game having a lot going on and on all layers of play is really nice. You know, it's like, look at this. Like, fantastic set design. You know, as I say set design, but it's a good... It's just that combination of art direction and... Also the mechanical choices. Oh, there goes the money. Oh well. Not that big ow. Not that big a deal. It's fine. I know the tutorials will go away as the game goes on. It'll be fine. Oh, there we go. I like that his jump is a little floaty, so you can... Like, it has some verticality to it. I can appreciate that. But as I found with Final Fantasy VII, I think sometimes it's just that some games just didn't hit me at a time when I could become obsessed with them. You know, that I found... it's like some games I just located too late. And I think that's maybe why some games just don't have that same staying power with me. Even no matter how their majesty, it's just... I didn't have the time or the place for them. Oh. Oh. I think this game's one where it's just... I don't think it has anything to do with how good the game is. It strictly comes down to when I ran into it. Can't reach that. I'm gonna guess that's gonna be when I get the dash thing. Boop. Boop. There we go. Aha. Some smart level design, though. Hello. What is this? Stop the threshold. Bear witness to the last and only civilization, the Eternal Kingdom. Cool. Let me in. Just let me in! Just yell at the door until it lets me in. I will not be barred entry. Said everybody who ever entered a dark and dusty place. I like his little walk. I appreciate a brisk walker. Look at this boy. He does move very quickly. Dirtmouth. Hello, old man. Can I listen to the man? Oh, I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quiet, you see. The other residents, they've all disappeared. They've all headed down that well one by one into the caverns. Used to be there was a great kingdom beneath our town. Long felt to ruin, yet still draws folks to its depths. With glory and enlightenment, that darkness seems to promise all things. Sure, you two seek your dreams down there. Watch out, the sickly air that fills the place. Creatures turn mad and travelers are robbed of their memories. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things. Maybe. I'll find out. Inspect. That's the map supplier. I am remembering slowly what this game has to offer. This game is quite dense. It's probably some feeling of duty that brought me back to this one. You know, that one of the larger independently made games that I never finished, and I wanted to see it again. I don't think it has anything... I don't know if it has something to do with pride or just... Ow. Interest. Couldn't tell you. But I think this will be a nice journey. Certainly an interesting one. Up. Weep. Weirp. Up. I fell from up here. Don't have a map, do we? Oh, wait, what's this? Alright, just like, hey, what's this? Let's see, do I have any other buttons I can do? Oh, I see, I can use the... I didn't realize I could use the right stick to look around. Oh, hello. For some reason I remember you. Hello, strange one. This guy's gonna be crying up a storm for a while, so... You there. Okay. Well, I'll see you later. I remember this now. Kind of feels like I'm almost diving into a memory. So I'm pulling up. It's. I don't think I'd call it muscle memory per se, but I'm recalling more than I expect, which is surprising. Ow. I think there's a certain amount of surprise left to be found, but I'm impressed that my brain even recalls half of this. Even if it's not on a familial sense, just on a... almost like a tactile sense. Like I recall some of this architecture and some of the places, but not the reason, not the context. I believe this is the hall. Oh, hello. Hello there. How delightful to meet another traveler on these forgotten roads. I'm not a voice actor, so I'm not going to try and do that. You're a short one, but you have a strong look about you. I'm Quirrell. Something of an obsession with uncharted places. This ancient kingdom holds many fascinating mysteries, and one of the most intriguing of them is standing right before us. A great stone egg, lying in the corpse of an ancient kingdom. And this egg, is it warm? It gives off a unique air. It can be opened. There are strange marks all over it. We'll have a mystery. What other marvels may be even deeper below us? I feel like this is the start of many a, you know, Lovecraftian or cosmic horror style story where it's just, oh yes, this giant thing, let us open it. Let us open the the unmarked territory of something far more dangerous. That'll be a fun idea. Yep, bling. I like the little physics of breaking stuff. Probably shouldn't just keep mashing the button like that, but... I'm sure it'll be fine. Sure, it will never come back to bite me that I continuously slap everything that comes near me. I don't really know if I can reach up there. At least not with my current jump. Nope. Okay. That's fine. Could just go all the way to each cardinal direction and see where I can go. Definitely would be better if I had a map of some kind. But we'll need to find the cartographer soon. Oh, hello. Oh! I did not realize he was an enemy. It was my bad. I was not appraised of the threat. Ow. You know, I just realized I haven't healed. I haven't actually been healing at all. I've just been walking around like a fool. Hang on. Let's go try that again, but with some actual health behind it, huh? Ow. Oh, hello, sir. Oh. It's like tempting a bear, you know? Just this is not what you should do. So I definitely know that any one mistake will be enough to be a problem. Let's heal up. Absolutely cheesing this, but whatever. The architecture demands it, so I'll take it. Easy peasy. Well, I'll take that victory, even if it was completely unearned. Now then, I should probably go revisit the La Critura back at the top. It seems to go further. I will do so later. Ah, the humming one. I remember him. Her? Them. You there. Hello. Bury my mother, pale and slight. Bury my father's eyes shut tight. Bury my sisters 2 by 2. When you're done, Beth, bury me too. Well, that's a lovely song. You know, that one's one of my favorites. We can sing something else if you like. Start singing, I'll join in. You have a beautiful singing voice. So what are you down here for? I came to get wealthy. Just look around you. These mines are bursting with riches. Still plenty for everyone. Just grab a pick and join in. Anything else? Oh, you're just... Alright, well... They're having fun. Song does make the day go a little bit faster, doesn't it? Oh. Oops. Well, that's nice. Good for them. Hello. Ooh. Oh, so this refills my my thing. Okay, cool. Very helpful. I feel like I definitely have missed a lot already, but that's fine. I'm sure we'll figure things out as we go. It'll be okay. Oh, I have to go down here, I see. I guess I don't. Can I hit this? I don't have the means. The floor shakes, but yet it does not take me down. I was actually expecting to fall through that. Oh well. Oh, time to keep moving. I think this is about everything we could do on the right side, so we'll just go back for now. There's that area up there, though, so I guess we can look around. I think it's that feeling of exploration that makes this game so enticing, because, you know, it's like, okay, cool, here's a cave. Go explore. Oh, this is where we came from. I remember. I guess it's good. I guess during the day is also a good streaming time because I can work within my, you know, the time of the day when my brain is working at its best. Okay, we've been here. Probably good that I double-checked anyway, but... Alright. Alright. I have more to do. These bugs are no match for me. This one literally points downward, but I don't think I want to... Yeah, we can check. I'll check down here first. I'll just check next. Does it take me back up? Ah, it does. Okay, cool. So that takes me right back up if I need to. Okay. Oh, but these gates are closed. Oh, because I see the switch. Okay. I appreciate this game doing... This game does a lot of promise and payoff, you know, that they show you something, but... And in the mechanics of the level design, it's like, oh yeah, you'll go there. You'll be fine. It's like, they show you something to remind you that, hey, you just need to go explore. Go work with that. Ow. I'm being awfully reckless with my life total at this point. I'm guessing it's just a matter of me feeling a little bit safe. This area doesn't feel... It's like, as much danger as I can be in, I don't feel particularly unsafe in this spot. Like, any enemies we've seen so far don't actually inspire fear in me. Which is probably not the right response, all things considered, but... whatever. Yep. Aw, poor boy. Poor boy. Cannot reach. Oop. Nope, nothing. Alright. Need the dash. Need a dash ability if I'm gonna get up there. That's alright. Ooh, I remember the tech now. I remember the bounce tech, you know, being able to bounce off an enemy. I remember that now. Feeling pretty... Yeah, because look at that. Oh. Yeah, I think any game with sufficient and... very, you know, it's that sort of movement that's very smooth and encouraging. I feel like this movement is encourages a player to think and be creative with their problem solving. Let's look at this. You can do some really fun jump stuff. And that can be really fun. I think that's this sort of movement is very... Ooh. Thank you for the coinage. I appreciate this man. I appreciate these worms. They make me happy. But movement that encourages the player to experiment and move and express themselves in this world in the way that they feel comfortable. Quite good. Pilgrim's Way. Pilgrim's Way. Well, it seems like a nice place to start. Oh, hello. Ooh. Ah, don't have a projectile yet. Okay, well, I'll be back. I love the battle, whenever the music like that kicks on, I appreciate it. Whoop. Nope. Oh, you there, the map one. Oh, there, come out to explore these beautiful ruins. Don't mind me, I have a fondness for exploring myself. Getting lost, finding your way again is a pleasure like no other. Exclusively lucky you and I. That's what I was just saying. I think there's a majesty in being lost and finding again. I read the quote again recently from Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, to, you know, to lose is to find and to find is to lose. And I actually quite like that notion, you know, that sometimes you just need to be lost. I think sometimes being lost is... You're not the head for directions. It's just purchasing a compass for my wife, Zelda. It's just now opening our new map shop in Dirtmouth. She'll even sell some of my old maps from time to time. Pop back to see her whenever I finish mapping an area. She's always so excited to see me. I also love that when you look at the map... I appreciate that when you look at the map, you actually see your little guy. The little guy opens the map. Like, all right, where am I? There's a certain joy in the little touches. Yep. Let's see. Ah. Ow. Can I make it that way? I can. Very cool. Very easy. A creature. Let's see. I see what I can do with this. Aha! Again, just the little pleasures of being able to see a problem and divine the solution from simply what you can experiment with, you know, just your basic tools. It's very satisfying. Ow. Oh, I see. Ow. And of course, it helps that this game is a visual and aesthetic treat. The artwork is astounding. Oh, worm. All right. And I think it's exactly this. The feeling of the mechanical strength of this game. Ow. The stuff that, like the movement, you know, feeling so good, and the combat feeling already feeling very open in terms of what you can try. I think that stuff alone is enough to get a player interested. And then giving them good reason to do so is the next step. Which I think giving the impetus is the hardest part. It's one thing to give a player good tools, but you need to give them engaging puzzles to use those tools. In a way, I actually think that's where educational material sometimes fails us when it comes to, you know, learning, you know, like teaching stuff. You know, teaching math and history. Giving good reason to do something is just as important as knowing how to do it. Because you can teach someone anything, but if they don't understand the reason why they're learning, it can be very hard to understand. It can be very hard to understand at all why they do this. I feel like at this point I came in here just to fight. I feel like I knew this was a trap, and yet it was still just. It's nice to have some extra time. Again, like I was saying, having reasons to use our skills. Having a good place to exercise, mentally or physically. Very key. Ooh. Free health, here's the rest. Nothing this way. So, just a resting spot. Nice. I will say, I don't think I would design my, my fountains that way, but I do like the aesthetic of it. Even if it is a bit gauche. Down we go. Emeraldo, how's it going this morning? It's certainly early for me, I must say. There's money down there. Oop, there we go. The fox with the Hollow Knight. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Definitely interesting so far. I'm remembering a lot more than I thought I would. Which is surprising. I don't know, something about recalling... The recollection I've been having with this game has been rather intriguing. I would say it's early for me, but I've slept long enough. That's fair. When you get your good 8 hours in, it feels nice. I think especially when you really need that 8 hours. I am of the mind that everyone needs their good 8 hours of sleep. At least that's how I feel. Happy I got mine, but I haven't been getting a full 8 hours lately. I think it's just me being... a bit too overzealous about wanting to get more done at night, but that's all right. Weird. There we up. There we up. Yes, of course. That is the direction I wish to go. Let's drop back down. Become night owl. Actually, you know, you say night owl, and then my brain. I actually did read Watchmen. Because I definitely think after having read the comic, I definitely feel like the movie misses some of the point. If that's a weird thing to say. Because I feel like Ozymandias is far more interesting as a character in the comic book. Ow. That's fine. At least that's how I feel. I don't know. It's weird to even go into literary analysis on Watchmen anyway. But it's quite good. The station's up here, so I think this is how I get back up. There's a way to get back up. So you watch the movie. It's pretty good. I'm more of a fan of the comic book myself, but that's because I actually bought and read it, and I figured I should read it because I thought it was one of those stories that I wanted to understand because it felt like I was missing something with the movie, and I think I was correct there. Because it definitely feels like the movie because you know it's a movie, it has to do a lot more legwork to get you in quicker. And it's also, the movie's also trying to speed run through what you can read. What's it missing? There's some scenes that I feel like have more time to breathe in the comic book. I think the scene, the stuff specifically with Manhattan on Mars, like that whole speech, I feel like it's a little bit better. I think it's better. I think it is a little bit better in the comic. I think also the visuals are a little bit. I think also the visuals are a little bit better, but that's just me. I think the comic book has some visuals that the movies could only like reach somewhat. If that like, I guess my description is a little bit lacking, but because it has been a while since I've been able to no contemplation about Steve Jobs. Because that's also reasonable. It is missing it after all. Heard the tales of the glorious lines, low tunnels. That I'll be traveling to mind you. Quite content where I am. Okay. I'll see you later, old man. And he goes to the map shop too. But it is, in seriousness, I do appreciate. Pop back occasionally. See what this is there for me to sell. Let's see. These pins will mark benches and rest spots. You'll need this if you want to update your map with new areas. We'll buy that. But I think the movie, I think any movie of a written medium is insanely hard to, it'll always struggle to be able to fit everything in. But I think it is. Okay, so these mark all the different things on the map, I see. Let's see. I'll just buy these. Oh, I didn't buy the compass. Oh well, that's fine. I'll buy the compass next time. I didn't even think about the compass, I was just buying the other stuff. Yeah, because now we have a map. I think the map alone is more important. But I think any comic book or novel movie adaptation will always be different. We shouldn't know how until we watch it. Yeah. And that's the thing, I don't think the movie for Watchmen is bad in the slightest. I think it's much more that it's key that to understand that it's different. You know, that it's like you have to come in with different expectations of the movie than comic book. And that's kind of the key with any adaptation, is that you're going to have inherent and key differences every time you do it. If it was so easy to, you know, perfectly, you know, one-to-one with this stuff, it would happen every time. But it can't. So we have to make concessions where it's okay to. Specifically, I think it's good that an adaptation does things that it feels comfortable trying. So I think it is. I think it's good. I think it's well and fine that it works out okay. Whip. Whoops. The L is the whoops. Oh, what are you? Oh, the Gru's mother. I see. Me too, man. I love the music, though. Now, it's probably gonna have a phase 2, yeah? Oh, never mind. Victory claimed. Then there's movie adaptations, original movies that do okay. Oh yeah, nope, phase 2. Well, I say phase 2, but it's just... Owie. Wait, I didn't get hit by the actual Gru's mother itself, but the little dorks I got hit by? Like Michael Bay with Transformers. Yeah, because there are some things that it's just a property. It's just a property, not a actual... Like an adaptation of something that's... It's like... It's its own story in its own right, rather than being... Ow. Anything else? That's okay. Those work quite well, too. Oh, it's in here. Hello. Leave your nail like a club. Let's see where you have to go. What? Oh, I see this old village. What strange dreams have led me down here. If you hadn't found me, I don't think I'd have ever woken. Sly, you usually have an uneventful life up in Dirtmouth. The air in these ruins doesn't agree with me, so I'd best be getting back. If you turn above, come see me. Probably the friendliest face left there, so I can thank you properly for your good deed. Okay, sure. Thanks, Sly. Oh, I've never seen him before. That's nice. Hello. Pretty good, though. Oh, I can't reach there. I can't reach there. Nope, can't reach. But I think Transformers is a great example of an adaptation of an idea, not a story itself. And that works out pretty well. I think those work pretty well too, because they're more about just adapting the main concepts and core of the thing, not explicitly trying to make something, like trying to adapt a specific story. Which I think is the hard part. I think trying to adapt specific and... it's different when you're trying to adapt a story that's already been written. So when you're adapting a story that's already been written... Something funny. There's something funny about the Transformers cinematic universe. I'm intrigued at this point. Whoop. There we go. Wait. Ugh. Do appreciate the challenge of even navigating this place. Whoop. We do need to get more money so we can buy the compass, though. I would like to have it, at least. If possible. Ah, the ad break. I think this place, it feels interesting that knowing that this used to be a place that was lived in. I wonder... I guess it just makes me curious to the... You know, the anthropologist in my brain. Door with an open slot. Oh, I need something for that. I see. Feels like... It kind of feels like, okay, what did this place look like in its prime, you know? And I think that's the sort of question that pops into my head all the time when it comes to games like this. Is what did this place look like before, you know, the thing happens? Okay, how am I doing on... It sort of feels like my discovery has led me many places at this point. Yeah, the compass I think I absolutely need. I understand. Yep. Ah. So I have to do it in a single go then. I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure I can do this. Ah. Oh, geez. What is up with that? Kind of surprised I keep messing that up, but maybe what I should do. Ow. Okay. Michael Bay hinted that his Transformers cinematic universe takes place in the same universe as the Friday the 13th 2007 reboot. That's kind of interesting and a little bit confusing, but I like that. There's something funny about that, the nature of that statement. But also, just thinking about the idea of Jason versus Optimus Prime is very silly. I think the very idea of Optimus looking at... because it's like, I think, in a very funny way, I actually think that Optimus would kind of understand Jason in a way. It's like, ah yes, listen to the thing, listen to the mythos, and it's like, oh yeah, Jason has, he has some good points, but it's like, you know, he could be redeemed if treated nicely. Because Optimus would be like, oh, he was attacked as a kid, well, we should treat him nicer. We should treat him nicer because he could probably be, we could help him. Because that's what Optimus does. That's who Optimus is. He is the Optimus one. There's a bully in the first Bayformers. And Optimus looked at him like, you should not do that. Smoking kills. Like, I feel like you would have, if you had Optimus Prime doing those, like, those sorts of, what the, ah. What sort of heresy is this? Well, this is too dark. I do not wish to experiment. The same name as a guy in the movie. Oh, I see. The Friday the 13th movie. I see. I understand. Wait. Oops. Down, up I go. Yeah, I might want to get the money to get the compass, because at this point, exploration is a little bit difficult, because I can't tell where I am. I know where I at least know the places, but I'm having a bit of trouble recalling everything. At least everything all at once at the same time. There we go. Oop. There we are. I think with comic books though, it's, I think there's always a space for it to be, for people to get. I think it's because I actually saw an interesting quote about this very idea. It was that when you're reading a book, or, because like even with comic books, there's a bit of subjectivity in a depiction. You know, it's like, okay, when you read, especially when you read novels, I think this is true, but when you read a comic book, your mind creates the voices, right? Like, you create a lot of the, everything, you create the sensations around the imagery. And you do a lot of that heavy lifting. So when you have an adaptation come out, it renders objective what was a subjective experience. Like, this is the defined, you know, language of these characters. And and for some people it feels like the art that you render in your own mind, that stuff gets encroached upon when an adaptation comes out, seeking to make okay, here's what it's supposed to be statement of the story. If that makes sense. So that's where I am. Okay, there's... okay. At least this is a solid landmark for me to work from. Could also just kill the enemies here until I get enough money to get the compass and then move forward. That'd be boring. So we'll continue. Let's see, so from here, drop down, and then go to the down and then left. Or right and then left. Hello. I haven't introduced myself. Ornifer. As I could have moved to Dirtmouth with my wife. Could resist. I did not even ask him for his name. Thank you, man. I like this guy. With the new G.I. Transformers base, trying to tie it in with G.I. Joe. That makes some sense, given that how close G.I. Joe and Transformers are in terms of, like, thematic and content, you know, themes and content, because they're pretty... They're fun action, so I think that's reasonable, but it is a bit strange. It is a bit strange. Both Hasbro too, aren't they? Yes. Yes, they are. Namaha, you got second today. How's it going? Let's see. Up we go. There we are. Doing good. This is a good one. Good, how about you? I'm doing pretty good. I definitely think that starting at 11 works a little better for me than when I tried starting at 10 that last time. At least my coffee has been given time to run its course. I feel quite confident in my brain power right now. Let's see. Oh, there's an enemy there. Okay, that makes more sense. I understand. So I need to go up. Or I need to go all the way. I need to go across. I see. Ow. Oh, I need to play Titanfall at some point. Goated game. I don't know if I have Titanfall. I need to see if I can get a hold of it. I remember hearing the story of Titanfall is quite good. Oop. I've heard the story is quite good. Today has been a good one. I think it's on EA Play, I think. Hint, it's on EA Play. I do have the Game Pass. I do have the Game Pass Ultimate, so I'll need to take a gander at some point when I can. I always forget what's on there and what's not, because they have it's a large library, so I have to remind myself to check now and then. So I definitely forget sometimes what all is on there. It's a lot of games. I think paralysis of choice sometimes kicks in pretty hard when it comes to some of that. Let's see. I think it's down and over this way. I don't think I've been this way though, so good that I came back this way. Game design facts. What to focus on here today? I'm trying to think of what to grasp onto today. Suppose we could go on, because this game's art is a big focus. Could probably focus on layers. You know how there's a lot of video games, the way that you have to set up your art, you know, setting up your engine, setting up your game, is that you have multiple layers, you know, so you can have depth on a 2D space. And the term for things that move, you know, when they move in the background. So if you see how the background moves at different paces than we do, that is parallax backgrounds. And doing parallax backgrounds is something that has been around for ages. Namely because it is something that has been innovated on for a very long while. Since we had... Okay, so this goes... Apologies, I need to check the map really quick. This guy. There's a bench there. I do not understand. Wait, where does this put me then? I don't know where I am anymore. Huh. What about maps? When you say a map, do you mean like something like this? Because one thing that's also important is having... Yeah. Being able to pull up an image like this is applying another layer on top. So at the highest level of pretty much at the highest level of a screen, when you're looking at any video game screen, is the user interface. So something like the UI, like the my HP and the map that is you can call in and out. You would have a conditional that says, oh yeah, you can draw this. And it says, oh yeah, when this button is pressed, draw the map to the screen. And when you have to draw something to the screen, you take the image and the computer's being told, hey, you need to put this on screen. Like when you're looking at your phone or your computer right now, and you see my stream, your computer is being told, hey, you need to draw this image that's being, you know, broadcast to you. And in a video game, you have the information, like your UI, is usually drawn on the top layer, like uppermost layer. Only in rare occasions do you ever want to mess with that, because information that is meant to be on the player side, you know, it's part of the rules of the game, is... You generally don't want to take that away from the player. It is, however, there are exceptions to that rule, but you draw those at the, you know, because what you do is you stack all of the images like layers, and then by the time you've finished it all though, Like you finish drawing, you send everything to your GPU, you know, you send it to your computer. It then comes back and returns what is meant to be drawn to the screen. So, like, say your CPU and GPU do all the hard work, and then it takes each image and layers them out. Like right here, you can see the different layers of rock. If I had to guess, there's, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I think there's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 or 4 layers of parallax behind me. So if you look at the character, it's like, okay, there's a layer here. Like right, see this rock that's right behind the character? Right there is one layer. The next rock behind that one is another layer. The statue in the back is another layer back. And then there's the furthest one back, which is the most blurry one way out in the distance. And when you stack layers like this, you're afforded 3D depth in a 2D space. I think a lot of the innovations in animation that you would have seen in something like the early days of Disney, for example, those especially were big innovators on how animation could be done. And if you ever watch old Disney cartoons, you can actually see how parallax animation got to evolve in a very tangible sort of way. Where am I now? Definitely think this section I'm a little bit lost in. I definitely need the compass so I can... Ow. I think my navigation would be far better if I had the compass. I should probably go back up and get it soon, because I am definitely getting more lost than I expected. Up I go. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna make my way back up to Dirtmouth really quick so I can get myself some more items. But this sort of stuff is usually done by both the art team and the programmers, because not every artist, because you generally don't have the artists programming this sort of stuff themselves. If you're a small team, and then it might be wise to combine efforts to put those together, but generally the artist and the programmers, you know, the level designers, are going to work together. You really want these different teams and different groups working in unison to make these things work harmoniously. This game was made by a very small group, as I recall, so they likely had to combine roles and do jobs in unison. And when you have, especially interactable objects, all interactable objects will likely be either on the same layer or within a layer of each other. I think it can be poor game design to have interactable layers not be close. I think it's usually within one layer of each other. You want your interactables to be. I think a good one with a good way that rule has been established and made like there's an example of it that you can look at. The Little Big Planet games, you can actually move in 3D space in the 2D platformer by, you know, you can move along 3 rows, but those 3 rows are well defined and you can see them. You can actually very visibly understand them. And then you have backgrounds behind that go a layer back, but that background layer is untouchable. It's like a giant wall, like a 4th wall. You cannot go further. And that's good, because it means that back wall, you don't have something like an enemy coming from there or an object coming from there. It's like, oh, if we're going to have an object come at you, it's going to be on one of the 3 layers that we've established already as tangible. Buy compass. All right, compass acquired, so we're good. Equip a charm to activate its powerful abilities. Activate charms menu when you're at the thing. Understood. I have no money. Thank you, ma'am. But like a great example is with this, like having the stuff in the foreground. It allows you to have, like, you can actually see here with the fence in front of me. This creates a layer of depth that comes right up to the edge of the screen, but cannot surpass it. Because the one thing about video games, and with all visual mediums that's nice, is that you have 4 corners and real estate that's the screen, but from the layer of the screen, that glass, and all the way back, you have as much room to work with as long as you're willing to stack things properly. Older games really only had the ability to stack so many things, and if you actually play some NES games, it's pretty easy to see how if two items on the same layer come into contact with each other, you can see those two images glitch out and start, you know, phasing in each other. And that sort of behavior has changed because of how layer priorities happen now. And in 3D games, that layer is actually just, okay, well, when objects are different distances from each other, the computer is being told, hey, draw this first, then draw this, because of the distance it has from the camera. In Unity and Unreal Engine, that's usually how it works. Where or no matter whether you're working in 2D or 3D, you'll have the, you actually have those layers being drawn that way in 3D. Actually, a funny thing, in Unity, one of the things I had to learn was that you could assign different layers using decimal numbers. So, like, say, okay, the distance from the camera for a 2D object could be, you know, either 0, you know, 0.0, so its size and shape is at the highest layer. And then its distance can go from 0.0 to 1.0. So then you could have all of those decimal numbers be layers, and then the camera will draw those layers one by one. Granted, it's not very highly optimized, but... Alright, down we go. But there's a lot of ways to do camera work. I think the key is that... there are two keys, I think, to doing good, at least to me, good optimization. Especially when it comes to setting up art like this. Is making sure that it doesn't impede the player. So that's on an art, and on an art side, you want to make sure you don't block the player's sight too much, especially when it comes to important details in the scene. I would say something like some of this stuff is perfectly fine, like having a little bit of obscurity, because it serves to establish the it serves to establish the way the world looks a lot better. To have the... Let's see. I hear something, but where is it? I hear a secret, but I cannot find it. Oh, it's right here. The continuous back and forth of being sad and happy. This poor worm. But I think, but when you draw a map like this, like user interface stuff should be highest order. I think it should, if you're going to draw anything to the screen like this, you have to draw it first and foremost. I don't think it's a wise decision. I don't think it's wise to throw the UI somewhere in the middle. Even if, you know, it's like, oh, but it looks really cool when it's part of the world. And it can look really cool, but it's about being careful. Oh god. This guy's a gorilla. I actually have to fight him this time instead of having a cheese spot. Or at least a better cheese spot. But it's different when you have what I would call a diegetic UI. You know, something like... I think the one I can think of off the top of my head is Alien Isolation. And where the user interface is part of the game world. And I think that sort of stuff, that sort of lends itself a bit of an exception because you're making a point to do so without breaking the fourth wall. Like, I would say that this UI is much more just thematic, you know, it's like, okay, cool, it's stylized and it fits the style of this game and what it's doing world-wise, but it's not part of the world. I don't think this user interface is part of the world in the same way. It's much more a representation of information that's in the world, but not strictly like, you know, locked into the world the same way that you would do so with... Hello. Ow. I was just getting slapped around a little bit, it's okay. Oh, hello again. Now, I remember you. Your shape is familiar. Ow. Oop. Doing good so far. The guy's angry. Boss fights like this are nice because it's about keeping your cool and learning. Like this one, you can actually see it that the important information stays on screen at all times and within clear vision. Like this guy's location. Of course, you can have a gimmick where your key information is not visible. Ow. I'm gonna heal really quick. Spend some time healing. Not too worried. Ow. I'm not too worried. I'm like weirdly unworried about this entire fight. Something about this entire battle just didn't worry me. Huh. Cool. City crest. Not too bad. Now then. I almost feel like that was... It almost feels a bit tragic to me that I wasn't pressed harder. What the... Hey, come back here. Where are you? Okay, well, you're fine. You know what? Okay, it's not a threat. Leave it be. Oh, what's this? Ooh. A hoard of money. I understand. I appreciate that the cash does not disappear quickly. That is very helpful. These boss fights aren't too bad. I think in some way it's because other games have taught me that getting too high strung can be my downfall. Especially in action settings. I still definitely think I can lose my cool. I think especially when a boss does something that puts me on the back foot, it can be a problem, but... Ooh. Map updated. Hello. Who's that creature out of darkness? He looked rather grim, a strange empty face and a wicked-looking weapon. Something important has drawn you down here, but I want to ask what? That's the reason you found me is because you need my help. Say no more, friend. I'm going to give you a gift. Next, I'll spell my own creation. Huh, what does this do? Absorb the forces of death and incarnate within my soul. Owie. Consumed the vengeful spirit. Oh, now I have the projectile. Now I think the key thing about this particular... Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Hey, Vulcan at last. Apologies, I should have warned you about the power of the spells. Watching over you as you slept, but seemed to slip away myself. Now that we're awake, I was wondering whether you could do me a small favor. Not as repayment, simply because we're friends. You see, a horde great beast made some of the heart of this temple. Grateful if you went venture deeper in and slay it for me. It's a hardy creature with your new power. Should be more than a match for it. I mean, that doesn't sound that bad. Yeah, so now we have a Hadouken. It uses the same power, though, that we use to recover health. So it'll be wise for me to ration that ability sparingly. Oh. It is really cool, though. It is really neat, though. It'll also allow us to open up the other area that has the... There's the enemy we can't beat unless we attack the... Unless we attack and destroy the big guy who can block nearby attacks. Actually, just like... It's the little version of these guys. Ow. I appreciate the raw difference gameplay has when you have a new option as well. Definitely think this game does a great job of showcasing what, like, the mechanical difference when you get a new ability. Metroidvanias do that very well, but... Ow. I think this game in particular does a great job of... It's also just the fact that it gives you a whole level to work with it. Granted, I don't really need to use it. Yeah, so that's where we need to go to use that the ability. Alright, filled with the meter. Get the map. Now, secondary question, is there anything up here that I need? This is pretty... We'll say also, this kind of reminds me a lot of some of the enemies from Metroid, specifically Metroid Fusion. Dread had some enemies like this too, but Fusion had a lot of enemies like this. Like the ones that do this, the drop-in ones. Whoop. Use the Hadouken. This is a worthwhile detour, though, I find. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm feeling almost relaxed at this point. Hey, open up. Oh. Ow. Ah, a means to destroy the enemy, I see. Because without an enemy to strike, we actually don't have a means to recover our meter. So by giving us enemies occasionally to recover from, we have a way forward. Very cool. What'd I win? Soul Catcher. What does that do? What is this? Draw more soul from an enemy around the world. Oh, okay, cool. That's actually super. Oh, I have to equip it. That's right, you have to equip it. It's gonna be difficult to remember that sometimes. Hello. Oh, so it's done then. You slain the beast. The poor thing must have been terrified. It used to be quite docile, but the rancid air of these caverns filled with some ancient rage. So you did what you had to be done. Have my gratitude. You wouldn't have made it through that spell of mine. Look, the gate between us is opened. Sure, you can move on. Farewell and have faith. Whatever you're seeking, it will find you. Sure, thanks, man. I appreciate. I'm gonna do that while I'm here. There we go. Alright. So now we get more, so we'll get more power from enemies when we hit them. So that's nice. This game is, it's like, nowadays I think if you look at this game design-wise, there are many other games that do this, but I don't think many of them are able to combine their features together in quite the same way. I don't think all of them quite understand the game essence of combining all these features together. Oh, what's this? Sorry I missed you. Feeling lost? Want to pop up to the store in Dirtmouth? Purchase map of the area. Available now for an excellent price. We have 451 points, so we might as well go back up and get some stuff. Re-downloading this, giving it another shot. You know what's funny about this game in specific with its history is that I've had it downloaded for years. Like, I played it in... Oh, I'll have to talk about it after the ad break. Blech. But I've had it downloaded for years at this point. And, man. Because I remember I installed it. It was still installed on my Xbox One back in the day. It's been on there since my college days, so... It's just been here, just waiting. Almost like I just couldn't bring myself to uninstall it for some reason. I'm not really sure why. It's not really a reason for it. I don't have any major fondness for it. It almost was like, I'll get back to it. Was my continuous statement with this game. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hot Springs. Stagway pin, cocoon pin. Do we have any? Can we buy anything else? I'll just buy everything, it's fine. At this point, we'll just buy all these because we might as well. There's not really any reason not to. These two I don't really need, but we'll save our money. We can save our money for now. I'm feeling quite inspired by this. Shop keeps coming back up. If your inches wears, watch out. He drives a hard bargain. That one, no competition. That's the problem. It's bad for the market. Ah, this is the shopkeep. Never mind. Hello. But I've had this game installed for years now. Fortunately for me, it's a 2-hour download. But oh, that's a shame. Yeah, I kind of have a weird history with this because I've had it downloaded on my Xbox One's hard drive for, and now I have a Series X and it's still the same hard drive, but I've had this game installed for, I think like once when the Void Heart Edition first came out. I think I got it on sale or something. I don't really remember the details, but I just remember I acquired the game many years ago, played it for like an afternoon in college, and then haven't played it since. Mask Shard. Let's see. Vessel Fragment. Simple Key. Gathering Swarm. Let's see. 60. Rancid Egg. Found this under the counter. I feel like that's a key item, so we might need to buy that. But this one we need to buy at some point. So I'll buy the egg right now so we have it for later. I'll buy the egg. Searing egg acquired. And then we'll need to buy the other stuff later. Okay, dope. But I don't know exactly what it is, but sometimes I think there are some places that, you know, some stories, some games that it's not even that you have any particular problems with them or you didn't like them. It's just, it wasn't the right time. I guess is the way I would put it. And I feel like this game, maybe it just wasn't the, oh, this is where the key goes. Okay, very cool. But I think this game, I just wasn't ready for it. I think I played it and just wasn't appreciative. I'm not sure. I think the thing is that it's quite good. And that's enough for me. You know, that's enough for me to be like, oh yeah, it's pretty good. But I think with games where the story is delivered not by hand, but by thought, sometimes you just aren't in the space to handle it yet, to take in that story. It asks, because if the story asks you to do the work to fill in the holes, to interpret, it can sometimes be tough to do so in the moment. I think especially when you're talking about a game story that is a little bit more open. Because I think this story is quite open to interpretation. Hello. Ow. There we go. Easy peasy. But I think because of the extra work that a story like that demands, it can be rather tough to push ourselves at times to handle those kind of stories. To be able to take those in and be able to actually do that heavy lifting of internalizing them. Because I definitely think this game... Played this for like 4 hours, I was expecting more Vania than Metroid. It was kind of disappointing when I felt like it was more Metroid than Vania, so I stopped playing it. I think that's a fair point, because also it's a matter of ratios. Because that's, I think, especially with things like Metroidvanias, the ratios are different, you know, based on... And I think for some players, this wouldn't feel right. Like, I think especially for players that who want more of the Vania side of the Metroidvania equation, I do think it's fair to say that this game would disappoint in that regard. Because this game is definitely far more about the exploration and the diving in, you know, the constant communication between the player and the world, rather than being... This is certainly not an... Like, as much action as there is in this game, honestly, I don't think it's action-centric. Because the main crux of the game is the exploration side. And learning learning what is required to explore the space. I can see this game being... I can see this game disappointing those who want more on that side of the game. Okay, I remember now they explode. They do not. Okay, the big ones explode, the small ones don't. I see. I understand now. Not going to near it. Very good. But I think this game's art direction is where it shines the most. I think the gameplay is quite good, but I think if you're I do think if you're looking for more on in a certain way, I think it can be. This game might disappoint in certain places that. I think you know what's probably the saddest thing is in my head I'm thinking what would be the thing that would bother me the most. I say, hey, nice of you to stop in though, Rocket. Thank you for popping in. Remember it being really pretty. Yeah, this game is fantastically drawn, very pretty, but I know that I remember the one gripe that I remember somebody brought up was why do I have to kill all the cute things? I was just like, oh yeah, that was back in college. I remember that was something somebody actually brought up in one of my classes. It was like, game is really good, but why do I have to kill all the cute things? And it's like, fair. Also, where is Silksong? I feel like I am the furthest from the loop on the Silksong thing. I have never understood. It almost feels more like a punchline than it does like an actual thing, like a project. Like that sounds sad. That sounds weird to say as like a game dev, but it feels less like the game exists and more that the concept existed, and it's funnier that it doesn't exist yet. Because I feel like at this point, nothing will match the expectations of the players or the devs or something like this. Oh, hello. We were just talking about you. Oh, Hornet. I remember her. Oh. Okay, we're good. Do not have a map for this area. Oh, that's right. We don't have a map yet. I remembered now. They're like, it's not good enough. I think that's the same. It's the truth for any project that has too long a lifespan. You can never match the expectations. Like I would say that Elder Scrolls 6 is in just as bad a situation. Give Hornet more horns. But I think that's something like it's something that I think Elder Scrolls 6 is gonna. I think it's gonna die by. Is that you won't be able to match the lofty expectations of the players simply by the virtue that they've had enough time to build them. Like, I've mentioned that I'm going to start another game, but I don't think I'm going to even show anything or announce more about it until I'm well and ready to show actual gameplay, you know? Like, the greatest lesson I've learned in any game process is that unless you're going to be a dev who shows the development process in the middle, why not? Because I recognize what would happen if I gave everybody poor expectations for a game. I want sneak peeks. I mean, that's the thing. I hope to do sneak peeks before the game comes out, of course, but the thing is, you want to show something concrete and tangible, not just... It is probably also because of my greatest pet peeve in the gaming industry is I happen to be a very staunch hater of the pre-rendered cutscene. Like, if I watch a trailer for a video game and there is no gameplay in the trailer, the game does not exist to me yet. Until I see gameplay of what the game actually looks like, it doesn't exist as a game yet. It's a concept. Big difference. And I think that's because, as a player, I really want to see what I'm getting. And I want to know what I'm getting. And as a dev, it also feels mildly... To me, it feels disingenuous as a dev to be able to say, hey, we don't know what this looks like yet, but it is happening. And it's like, well, what's the benefit of that, truly? Like, who gains from a trailer not being... of the game itself. But I think the next game I do, I also want to fulfill that example, though. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate, Apprehentus. How's it going today? Probably wise to stretch and hydrate. Oh, boy. How's it going today? Hope everyone's doing well. It's a lazy day today. That's very good. Good to have a lazy one now and then. Oh, I should make breakfast. Had to get breakfast early. Had to get breakfast earlier than I usually do on a Saturday. I'm usually quite a slow starter on the weekend. But for stream, I like to have a few hours of ow. I like to have a few hours of ow time. I like having the time to mentally prep and get ready. Especially for stream, I am of the mind that I don't stream very well if I'm not awake and aware, so... Where is he? Ah, here's the boy. Hello. Need to take my medicine, but I need to eat first. Should definitely hit both up while you can, because it is very good. Do my best to chart the area ahead, though I must admit some of the area's inhabitants proved quite a nuisance. Purchase a map? Yes. Every time. All the time. Always. I ran into another traveler on my way down. I tried to call out to her, but she dashed past, but she barely even glanced in my direction. I appreciate her maps like you and I, obviously. She's not into drawing maps. What's wrong with that? It's crazy. A level of blasphemy I do not understand. Whoop. Let's see, where am I going? I need to go downwards. Ow! Not that downward, though. The other downward. But I think the key for me is, you know, like when a game, I think a game having room to be able to actually show itself. That's also important. I do think though that when you're trying to sell a game, it's good to put some flair and pomp into it. I think that was something that I just lacked severely with my own game, is that, well, then again, I was never in marketing. That is one thing I found most interesting about my own major when I went to college, was that it was actually quite a rarity for they didn't really push us to actually pursue other fields of interest in our studies. So I remember at one point, oh, hi. Hello. Tiny Squibby, you approach fearless. A hunter like me, you feel you're just talk to kill to understand. And take it, my journal will aid you. The text may be difficult to discern, but a learned hunter will come to understand its words. Venture the depths and slay its beast. Prove yourself worthy to bear the mark of hunter. Oh, cool, thanks. Taken Hunter's Journal. Defeat enemies to add new entries to the journal, decipher the hunter's notes. Oh. Already got quite a number. Very cool. Little Squib, you have overcome a few creatures, but this is only beginning. Don't delay. Okay, cool, thank you. Thanks, big guy. I go within. I like that this place is set dressing. I think one of the funny, I say funnier, but it also was one that quite perturbed me, was I wanted to do a retrospective on the gaming industry's history as a class to get course credit because when 2020 hit, I needed course credit, and also I wanted to try and fulfill things in the summer for co-op credits in my college, and I was told directly that it wasn't particularly relevant to my major to study the history of the games industry. Which, if that isn't exactly the sort of thing that when you hear and it makes your skin crawl, it certainly does for me. Because I could not begin to fathom the idea that, okay, I'm going into this industry to, oh, hello. Going into this industry to make video games. Wouldn't it be good to understand the market trends and to understand what the industry would ask of me? But that was apparently not the case, which I found most intriguing. Hello. Those stray from, they face the law of Un, the White King's Road. Interesting. Made me question the validation of my institution, to be honest. Well, I mean, I will say, I think I've talked about this story once or twice. The very moment that I knew that I was going to be there for my education and not for socialization was within my first semester. And as my years at college went on, it sort of ended up being proven what would happen due to a very specific instance with the head of my college, my school of game design. Because this man was talking about all the different classes we take at, as game design, and he was talking about public speaking or something, and he said something like, yeah, we can finally talk to girls, and I was just like, oh no. Oh no. and granted, I was surrounded by a lot of dorky nerds that spent a lot of time on computers. I am still one of them. But at the same time, I had this like haunting dread in that moment of, this is not my person. This is not my guy. Because I was sitting there, oh god, I'm cringing. Yeah, and I was sitting there like, oh, I see. That just isn't that's just not part of me. Partially because I was raised, you know, I was a band kid when I was in high school. So talking to girls was kind of a prerequisite for being a clarinet player, which, you know, even though this is part of my own unique experience, it did kind of make me think though, do you just not understand that some of us were raised by our mothers? Like, I was kind of taken aback by the audacity of this man to be this level of cringe before me. And then I basically spent the majority of my time at college slowly but surely becoming further and further. God, girls just shoots the hell. Yeah, I know. It's very confusing. And I was just like, because it's like, you know, I was raised to understand that when you talk to somebody, it's a person. Not to mention the fact that my major, you know, granted, it was far more guys than girls because, you know, tech schools, but, you know, there were still girls in my major. Women were not exempt from the game design industry. They still aren't. So it just struck me that he kind of, and it's like, okay, yes, the majority of the people you're talking to are guys, but really? Well, it was, and I remember being told often in my first year of college that I was with my people. And I just remember spending 4 years realizing that that was not the case. Because I am a game designer who is, frankly, built different. Am I built in the right way all the way? No, not yet. I'm still improving. But man, is it so much grander a step to know that you can improve. That was something that I also found was quite difficult to explain. Because a lot of them were focused on programming. They were computer geeks. Their brains ran on logic and little else. And when I was at college, I did go through quite the transformation to understand and become more logical, but I also left with the understanding and the firm knowledge that logic alone doesn't make a good game. Being able to make rules is good, and being able to understand those rules is even better. But rules without reason and life without passion is rather fleeting. It is actually that life that I think is what made a lot of those people so worried about, frankly, being left. A very feeling individual, but I love programming. Well, and I think that was the thing I found at my college that I disagreed on, was that you cannot fully wield the power of logic without understanding the reason behind it. But I found it very strange to be there. But in a way, I also think I envied those people who were part of the group. You know, the difficulty of being a very strong individual is that I think in some situations you end up alone pretty quickly. That's kind of how the last 2 years of my college degree were like that a lot. I spent a lot of time by myself. But I came to understand and, you know, appreciate it. Social pressure and pain are your real things. Social brain wants attention. Yeah. But as a game designer, I think it made me stronger because I understood what I didn't want just as strongly as I understood what I wanted. It put those two together well. That I understood, no matter how much I wanted to be, you know, part of this group, I couldn't dumb myself down enough and dull my senses enough to say, okay, cool, I'll be part of the group now. It just didn't work for me. And now I won't say I'm immune to social pressure, but I definitely have a greater, like, I'm greatly insulated to social pressure now. If I would like to partake in something or do something, it is very difficult for me to find reason not to. It also kind of struck me how often I was sitting around with a bunch of people who would joke about being depressed. Like, they treated it more like a game and a joke than a real tangible thing, you know, a very real problem. It was this morbid sense of, well, I might as well joke about it or I'll go nuts, right? Which is fine, but it definitely felt like a lot of people I knew were leaving problems untended rather than try to solve them, which is not a very engineer thing to do, because leaving a problem untended is simply not tenable. I fell. Oh. Where have I ended? Very susceptible to social anxiety. Everybody's turning to medicine to help alleviate that. That's reasonable. It makes sense, because social anxiety... I remember I saw a video about social anxiety horror. So, like, writing that was talking about that feeling of social anxiety. I definitely feel that when I'm... Like, if I watch movies where the greatest stakes are social, like, you know, like social anxiety, like socially anxious threats, like somebody doing something that's so awkward that it's painful to watch them stumble through the situation. I actually have to turn off the movie usually. It's just like, I'm good. I'm very poor at handling that sort of thing. But I often don't find myself... I don't find myself anxious for the reasons I used to anymore. Ooh. Can't go further here. Oh well. Time to leave. These red thorns seem to be a problem, so we will come back to that. Hello. Moss and leaf, our life is drawn. When it grows upon the path, we shall never wilt. That's cool. I like the poetry in this place. The poetry is, as they say, as the cool kids say, boppin'. I don't even think that was a cool term when it was new. Why do I do this to myself? These red thorns perturb. Time to leave. But I turned out okay. I think as a game dev, it's very... I think as any creative, though, it's very easy to fall to needing to fit in rather than doing what you desire. Because you're never really that... I don't think you ever get popular quickly if you chart your own path, because it's very hard to see people when they go on their own way, right? It's very hard to see the path in the forest when you walk the plains. It is a lot harder to see. And I think that's also part of why I've refused to do certain things for the sake of growth, you know, for social media or for my... Even with my own game, it's like I didn't want to make a game that I wasn't going to be proud of or happy with. And I stuck to my guns even though I recognized that it would have been a lot easier to make something that's more immediately gripping, you know, that will immediately... that it follows rather than making something I'm passionate about. I think I did great with Red Genie. I mentioned earlier that this game inspired the main theme of Red Genie, and that is a point... I think that's a point that I feel very happy that is still special to me about this game. Because I learned something about musical language by inspecting this game's musical language. Because the musical language of this game is absolutely stunning. I haven't talked about it much yet because it's probably a topic I want to give room to breathe. Ooh. Okay, intangible. I will not touch. I understand that. That is a language I understand. Oh, I see. I can't reach that spot. Okay, time to go. Something to mark for later, I suppose. But the musical language of this game is It's beautiful because of its haunting, of the nature of its haunting. But it's able to touch that melancholy without dragging the mood all the way down. Ow. And I think that's pretty impressive. I think it's mighty impressive to be able to write music that has that slight hint of whimsy and that slight hint of those notes of exploration and adventure, but not forget the fact that this was a place that people lived in, which is beautiful. Music is fantastic. I remember the 8-bit music theory video was one that I watched many an 8-bit music theory video for study when I wanted to do more music theory. And those sorts of things really, those sorts of videos and lessons really helped me with my music. Wish I could give a game project the attention it needs to be complete, but I haven't learned how to bring a project to completion. ADHD is a struggle. I think now would be, I could probably talk about planning. I think that would be this would be a good time to talk about that. Because it is tough. Like, I am somebody who fervently plans. And I think the key to being, especially if you're a solo developer or just, doesn't matter what field you're in really, but when you have a project you want to complete, I think plans are the first place you need to be strong in. Of all things to start in, of all the fields of study to research, planning is the one. I read The Art of War a lot as a teenager for some reason. I found the book very enlightening. And then I actually started applying it in places that weren't just, you know, the winning of a battle, you know, like winning wars and stuff. Because in a way, completing projects and improving yourself is waging a war on an aspect of yourself that you need to improve upon. I actually studied project management for a minute. Should be surprised to nobody that never completed the course. Well, and I would say that those sorts of courses, I think, when you come into them, I actually find that if somebody were to try and teach me how to you know, plan, I probably wouldn't enjoy the class, because having somebody tell me how I should organize myself is a hard sell, to be entirely honest. Hard sell for me. But because I think that the key is understanding our strengths and weaknesses. You know, I think even just the simplest one of, what time of day do I find my creative mind working the best? What time of day does my logical brain work the best? You know, like what, you know, my planning brain, when does it work the best? In what conditions does it work the best? Simply just doing the scouting work of understanding the strengths and weaknesses of ourselves is a huge jump, a huge start in getting started on making a project. I definitely think that it is extremely easy to be discouraged when, you know, things aren't going well. Ah, this is the part that I got to earlier. Oh, there's a hole down over there. I see. That's where I need to go next. I understand. I think. There's also a spot up there that I haven't been to yet, but I can't get there yet. But I think when you make a video game, the first thing that should be done is planning and research. Because, okay, let's say if I'm going to make a horror game, I'm going to want to play a lot of horror games beforehand. I'm going to want to take notes. What did this do well? Oh, the ad break. Blech. I'll keep talking. I'll keep yapping. But you want to be able to have... I want to be able to say, okay, what am I planning to do and what kind of game do I want to make? It's definitely not going to come to fruition without understanding of what the final goal is. Owie. But making good plans is a big part of it. Especially because if you set up, okay, here's what my project is going to look like. Here's what I want out of this. If you do that work, you've already done a good chunk of what is necessary for the game. Owie. Let's see. Can I get up there? I think it's possible. Okay, ad break's done. But I think with planning, the big key is, okay, here's, like, being able to determine what is your end goal and what is the end state you want it to be in, and how long, like, being able to plan out time. I think estimating time is really important. I've already determined that Madman's Dice is probably going to take 10 to 11 months. Oh, that's right. This is the spot I can't go further in. That's right. Because of the electricity. That's right. Okay, so it is that downward spot is where I need to go next. I see. But I definitely find that knowing the plan, knowing what I want to do, and also having an understanding, having like it written down, having everything written down in terms of what you want to do for a game project, big important part of the process. Where are you? That's fine. Don't need to worry about that. I like the I like those emotes, Echo. Let's see. Ow! I jumped right into that one. Most impressive. But I definitely find that the hardest part of the plan is trying to set in stone what you're going to do. I think especially with games, you know, it's like, you know, some things change by the end of the project, but if you don't sit and plan, you know, the framework, you don't plan what you're generally trying to do, it is insanely hard to make a good game. I think it's especially tough to get your game down. It's especially tough to continue work on it because you don't know where you're going next, right? But good plans, research, always good for a game project. Hmm? Oh. And a new enemy type. Oh, I see. It's basically the ghast from... In my head, I was like, oh yeah, it's the ghast from Minecraft. You're working, I'm off to get that COVID booster. Oh, I see. Well, have fun. Getting shots never bothers me too much, but I always feel like it takes a little bit of time to just sit there and be like, bleh. Always takes that little bit of extra time to sit there and, you know, wait it off. Let's see, I have to... Where am I? Oh, it's dark in here. Hello. Ow. Oh, poor guy, he just ate it. Poor man bit the dust. Not a fan, but I prefer the booster to the alternative. That is reasonable. Simply getting a vaccination is generally preferable than the real thing. I understand. Let's see, where is this? I do not know where I am anymore. Oh god. Okay, I can't see, so I'm not gonna even bother. If I cannot see where I'm going, it is probably unwise for me to go too far in. Going too far therein would be problematic. Ow. It's also problematic to land on the spikes. Thankfully, the spikes are very easy to tell they are dangerous. Namely, by the plentifulness of them. The bounty of spikes is a problem. There we are. Don't like needles, but I had to get a lot of blood work done last year, so I'm getting more used to it. I remember as a 3-year-old, I was told... I've kind of forget... I don't really remember this happening. Mainly because I was 3, so my memory of it is spotty. But I was told once that in order to get to give me a shot when I was like 3, it required about 3 people to hold me down, so they could properly get... I think it was blood... It was either blood work or whatever, but it took 3 people. Nowadays, I just sit there and I'm like, oh yeah, it's just easier if I get this done. You know, it's like with any doctor's work, I tend to just sit there and be like, okay, well, if I don't move, this just gets done quicker, right? If I follow instructions, it's far easier on all of us. I think often about the last time I went to go get blood work done. Yeah, let it happen. It takes 2 minutes max. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Ah! Do you remember literally need to be tied down as a child for something with a needle? Yeah. Do not understand this thing. Like strapped down? Yeah. That's about where I was. What is this thing? Ah! I keep slapping it for some reason. It's not helping me. Okay, I do not understand how to move forward here. But I guess the point to it though is that it's a lot easier. I think conversely, you know, back to the whole planning thing, it is a lot easier to take the temporary pain of having to sit and figure things out and plan than it is to suffer the... It's never that bad, but needles make me anxious. I'm so glad I can take my medicine orally. Yeah. I think when... Ow. Well, that hurt. But I definitely think that the pain of doing something that will take a little bit for a longer term benefit is far better. Can I jump? Can. That's gonna be tough. Oh, yeah. Ow, ow. Okay, that sucks. My first death was not to anything particular, just me being an idiot. That's fair. Alright, now I need to go deal with that so I can go get my stuff back. Shouldn't be that hard. Because I need to go kill that shade in order to get my stuff back, so... I need to go back down there. Whew. Gotta make the trip. Where am I going now? Go down... Ah! Downside is that I don't think I can even recover my HP if I'm like this. I don't recall. Yeah, but I think to bring it back to the planning part of gaming, it is better to do 3 days of planning than 3 months of work that goes nowhere. It's especially easy to waste time with work if you don't really know where it's going, when you're working on a game project that... I think it can especially strike... That sort of pain can really strike when you're... Ow. There we go. Got my stuff back. I don't know if I can make this jump in time, but... Ow. Okay. I can iframe through it, but that's not really a tenable solution for later. Oh. I can make that jump. Ugh. Oh, this is scary. Ah! Oh god, I do not want to die here again. That would suck. Ugh. That's rough. Okay. Ooh. Talk about scary, huh? Okay. Alright. Can I find an easy enemy I can hit, please, so I can recover? Or a bench? Oh, hello. Oh, thank goodness. A mild amount of recovery. That is good. Iframes more like a speed strats. That is fair and reasonable, Apprehentus. But with planning, I think it is far more efficient to spend days planning and get things prepared that way than it is to work on something for weeks and not actually get further progress done because you get sidetracked. I actually think it's pretty easy to get yourself turned around when you do a lot of the, you know, like the you get wishy-washy because it's like, oh, I planned this, I didn't really write a plan down, so where do I want this to go? And then when you only work based on your fancies rather than working from the plan you made, it can be insanely hard to keep your momentum going. Ow. Okay, I might die. Oh no, we're good. Hey, I'm good. I will say, the fact that we've been playing for almost 2 hours at this point, and I haven't died, I've only died once. Breakfast has been at, almost excellent. I am actually kind of surprised that it's been this long, and I've only died the one time, so I'm very proud of that. Inspectigate. Let's see. Hollow Nest Seal. What is this thing? What is this thing I've picked up? Life Seed. Well, there's all this. Very cool. City crest. As an insert on the back that'll fit into a slot. Oh, okay, so that's that thing. Howlness seal. Oh, okay, cool. An item of some sort. Okay. Ah, my timing was poor. As was my jumping. Ah! Not particularly helpful now, is it? Not really good timing on that in the slightest, my friend. Oh, God. Oh, okay. Just made it. Okay. Holy crap. Did not need that level of stress. In the slightest. Whew. Well, I'm grateful the game is actually putting some duress on me now, because I feel like I was... It's kind of coasting there for a little bit. Ow, that killed me instantly. I was not expecting it to turn and hit me that fast. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Not much I can do about that now, is there? 2 deaths isn't too bad. If we make it to 3, that would be much preferred, because 3 is a better number. Simply having 2 deaths isn't really all that... it doesn't feel that important. It feels like the rule of 3 is difficult to break. There we go. I appreciate the beetle friend. We definitely need to find our way to the map maker so I can actually find my way around this place properly. Okay. Need to be a little bit more careful. I think the key is I just need to make sure there's something between me and the thing when I strike them. Ah! Not like that. Ooh, that was easy. Ow. Oh my god. What is it with these things and just exploding like that? Wonder why they explode. What about their physiology has made them? Big wave of anxiety it just hit. Remember to breathe. Breath is the center of life. So remember to breathe. Deep breaths. They explode because explosions are juicy. That's fair. I think maybe that's why this game hasn't been stressing me out so much. Because my breathing has been pretty regular and consistent. I think in a way, too, also, any feeling of stress, I understand it, accept it, let it go. I was taught a very strange philosophy at college when it came to getting therapy. So I was taught to take deep breaths and let things go, which was helpful. So I find that it's a fair bit easier to keep myself centered when I breathe. Breath is where the brain is. That's a weird quote, but not quite exactly what my brain was thinking. Ow. Not exactly what I was thinking, but it is quite true. Though I think for the logical reason of oxygen deprivation does kill your brain cells, I suppose that also is true, but... Oh, hello. Oh, there, dear. I was about to close the shop and run until you came along. Provide a banking service if you're interested. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing. It's much likely if you carry it on yourself. My vault is more secure. All my time as a banker, I've never lost a single geo. You can consider opening an account. Yeah, sure. Here you go. Here's some money. You're a smart one. Next time some dreadful beastie gets the best of you, you'll be glad your geo's safe within my shell or my vault. Do some banking. Max balance. I will deposit 100. There we go. Cool. Well, I'm sure if I give enough money to this person, I will get a bonus. It'll be like the Persian Bank in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. You know, it is funny how many games and how many games don't have banks. I know it's a weird thing to consider, but I just realized how many games don't actually have a bank system. And for a lot of them, it doesn't make any sense, right? Hello. This is something. I didn't expect something so huge, a stag station after that foggy descent. Bugs Hollis must have been an impressive lot building such grand structures so far into these wilds. These dangerous creatures about haven't yet made their way in here. It's a perfect place for a quick rest. Oh, cool. Nice. Queen Station. Oh, there's a fragment! Ow. Being able to ground yourself and be mindful is important. It helps me. Recognize the present moment, my physical feelings. Think about whether or not my physical symptoms are reasonable for the moment. Let the emotion run their course, breathe, and try and carry on. Yep. That is excellent wisdom. I think that is the key, is just being able to ground oneself. Hello. Come in for treats, have you? A chance upon a unique little fungus growing right above us. Found it only in the station. The taste is divine. That's nice. It's never once quite been the hub, built to the border between two lands. The misty drop to one side and those bulbous growths in the other. I'll stay right here. Okay. See you later. I appreciate Willow. Willow's adorable. Alright. Can I find... I'm trying to find the station so I can go back up to Dirtmouth to buy some stuff. Or at the very least, being able to start from the beginning and use the city seal. Yeah, I like the transition between intangible and tangible. It's quite good. Let's see. Let's go to Dirtmouth first and spend some money. Might be able to buy something, if I recall. Either way, it'll be good for me to double check some things. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Well, that's a waste of time now, isn't it? It gives me time to stretch my neck. But I think too, when I'm working, I think it's key for me to be able to sit myself back and remind myself, hey, you're doing good. Being able to stop and take a moment. Beal sounds like how I feel sometimes. Just roar. The bro. It is definitely a familiar feeling. Alright, Mask Shard. Bonk. 1 of 4. So once we have 4 of those, we can... Once we have 4 of those, that'll be really good. Day has begun. In half an hour, I can have coffee. Ooh, most excellent. Let's see. Anything else I can buy from the map maker? Well... You know, I might as well just buy these just to clear the inventory. No real reason not to. And if I can use these markers later if I need to, so. Bafanada. I like Bafanada. I like the lady. I like the map maker's wife. She's funny. Let's see. I remember there was something that used the... I'm trying to remember exactly where the thing was for the city seal, but it's some door somewhere, and I have to remember where it is. There's a spot over there I can't explore yet. The spot below me. I will go there first. I would like to see whether or not it's still inaccessible, or if it's something that I now have the means to enter. I would like to understand. Oop. But good game dev work comes from grounded mind and lofty dreams. It's well to dream big, but also well to be able to plan to make those dreams reality. Doesn't really do well to dream so strongly and not let them enter reality. Keeping them at that arm's reach is sadness, I believe. Ah. Can't do anything here, can I? I'll have to figure out what that is. Must be something for later. Yeah, the art here is... this is really showing off the layers that this game uses. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like there's 2 to 3 layers that are usable, that this game uses in front of the player, and then... including stuff at the ground level. Anyway, we've been here before. Trying to take this all in. There's the train station over there. Might as well just go back to the train station and go back down to Fog Canyon. Not really a good reason for me to stay here, is there? Yeah, we're gonna have to... We'll just go back. Map updated. With the map... Yeah, the map just goes downward. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't know that place yet. Go to Queen Station. Still don't have the map down here yet, though, so... We'll need to get the money in time to... get the map down here. Keep checking the map instinctively. Probably good that I have the instinct already to check the map regularly when I'm going through here. Need the wall jump. I think the downside of Metroidvania design, though, is that constantly being given the setups, because you're given a lot of setups with stuff like, you know, like with this mask shard or with some of these other puzzles. The problem is that you kind of stack a ton of all these setups. You have all these things being set up for you, and you're kind of always in the perpetual state of waiting for payoffs, and some of those payoffs don't come for a long time, and I think that can frustrate. I think it can strike the mind in incorrect ways when left hanging too long. Kind of feels like when, to use a bit of a weird analogy, but it kind of feels like hanging. It feels like if you're hanging from something for too long, like physically hanging from something, your muscles just get too tired holding onto it. Because there's very little allowing you room for rest. And holding something for too long oftentimes leads somebody to tire quickly. I think particularly it can be tough to keep your grip on something if you weren't expecting to have to hold something for so long. You know, it's sort of like falling over and trying to grab something. You know, it's like if you're walking down the stairs and you make a slip, it's like, okay, if you're not already holding on to it, it's a lot harder to find the rail and grab it and grip on rather than being able to, you know, hold, like, just tighten your grip when you're already watching something, right? Big difference. I definitely find this game... I think this game does trust a little bit... It trusts a little bit too strongly that the player will grab on and hold for as long as the game needs them to, rather than how long the player can be expected to. Because sometimes some players have a tremendous capacity for such patience. And that is very true. I think some players have an extraordinary resilience to, you know, a game asking them something that they cannot provide very, very quickly. This thing. Why am I unable to open this? I will say, seeing the rockets go flying off like that is very fun. I'm not really sure where to go now, because I don't know how to get to the... Wait, is the map maker somewhere I just can't... I haven't perceived yet? No. I hear the map maker's humming, but where is he? Forsooth! Ah. With no map to update, I can't really figure out where my progress is. Quite difficult. A predicament indeed. But I think the ability... But simply having a stronger ability to withstand a game doesn't necessarily make the game better as a result, if that makes sense. You know, I don't think that... I don't find that there are some racing games I can think of you know, some of the older, less polished titles that, especially licensed ones, the licensed like go-kart games, some of them have the problem of, if it's like, yeah, you can suffer through the controls, but it doesn't make it better that you're able to be patient with a game. And I guess expressly it's in the language. If you have to suffer through something to get further within, that doesn't mean that it's better by virtue of the challenge. Some games are made better by the fact that they are a challenge to get through, but I don't think challenge alone is enough to warrant some design choices. Simply because it makes the life of the player harder doesn't mean that it's a great design choice. Actually, I would say, as an example to that, the fact that the sound here muffles out like you're underwater, I don't know how well of a touch that is, because it kind of just sits in my brain weird. So I feel, because it kind of dulls my senses there. Oops, I broke the sign. Certainly doesn't help when I'm hoping to figure something out and I'm not sure what to look for. Truly can be tough. Let's see, where am I? I guess the question is, where am I meant to be? Could go back up to the Forgotten Cross. I just need to look at the map really quick. Let's see. So I don't think there's anywhere we haven't been that we can't move forward in. There are 2 places we can check. If you want to talk racing games, distance is a good example. Challenging game, willing to suffer through. Controls feel good, and yeah, because I think that's the key. Is that if the controls are responsive and the gameplay itself is not the problem, then that's not really a poorly designed game. It's just a challenging one. And any fault in the game, and any real fault in the game, is less pronounced than when you're playing a game where the actual fault lies on the side of the person who designed it. It's just because something is complex or hard or challenging, I think it also can be really tough to make a judgment of quality when it comes to things that in my mind kind of overdo it in the complexity side. Oop. This is a gate. I see. So this is actually an area I cannot move forward in. I definitely think this game has a one too many times where you are shown something that you're not allowed to get, and it's predictable what you need to go forward. It almost feels like the game taunts in that way, where it's like, okay, I see what you want me to do, but I can't do more with this. I don't think I can go further in here. Oh, you made it further, little guy. What's up? That working? Okay, so runabout, why not join me down here? There's plenty of rocks. Chris are worth a fair bit. I feel there's something more valuable deeper in. Remember the second verse. Thought of a lot of things. I was like, come and visit me. My God, I do like the sound of my voice. Aw. I do like their singing. Their singing is adorable. I think it can be very helpful to understand response, because some games, the controls themselves... Oh, that's right, this area. We can't open this yet. Some games are very responsive and just kind of have trouble because of difficulty, but I don't think this game struggles with those. I think it struggles with having to manage its payoffs. I think that's its only real problem, is so far. I think the catharsis of getting those payoffs will be nice, but I wonder if it'll match the struggle to find them. Because that's kind of part of game design, is the flow of release and of hold and release. Because a lot of game design is built much like music, much like storytelling. Because you need to set up, progress, payoff. That's the key of games. And even challenges like a racing game, it's like, okay, you need to set up, progress, payoff, and it's the literal process of running the course, right? But it can be really difficult if the progression feels stilted. You know, in a racing game, it's if the controls feel loose or unresponsive, or I think if the course, in racing games especially, if the courses feel uninspired, you know, there's not something that is making your interest, you know, peak. It'd be really hard to keep playing a racing game. I think racing games also are usually the benchmark for technical progress. So I think every generation of gaming starts with racing games. I don't think you'll find a generation of gaming where a racing game wasn't either in the launch titles or close within. I mean, just thinking about it, just off the top of my head, I don't think you ever got a Nintendo system where a Mario Kart game wasn't either right away or a launch title, right? And that's because racing games are a fantastic way for because racing is relatively easy on the programming principles, because it's okay. Here's your you know, here's your points, you point A, point B, and then you time it. You figure out who came first, who came second, and you keep track of how long it took someone to get around the course. And of course, it's relatively simple stuff because it's easily understood what the goal of a race is. As a game, a race is easy. You know, it's okay. Did you beat your opponent to the other side? That sort of stuff is easy to program. Relatively, of course. Ah, missed the jump. With other games, it gets a bit more complex, what you need and what is required for the game. There we are. What's in here? Ow. Ooh. What is this place and what is in here? Ah. But every genre, I think, has its benchmarks. Ow. Difficult. Ah. Ow. I think I'm not holding the button long enough, maybe? Ow. Okay, yeah, back it up. Back it up. Come here, you. DVD screensaver looking enemy. Come here. Alright. I should probably farm these boys for some extra points. Kind of need to refill my health if I'm gonna try that again. Oh well. Good that we have a bountiful supply of enemies here to get points from. Not too bad. At very least I feel like this game does a lot well. It certainly does far more correct and right and feeling right than it does things that feel like there's any sort of real struggle. At least that's how I feel. Okay. Ow. Ow. Oh, I hit it on the side and I knocked myself over. Oops. Ow. I think I'm trying to do this a little bit too quickly, I find. There we are. Oh, there we go. Not too bad. This is mildly worse. I see. Interesting. Ooh. I appreciate that this puzzle actually does say, hey, look down. You might want to look down, brother. I see. Why is the sound so muted here? I don't quite understand why the sound is so muted in some places. Interesting. I haven't updated the map yet for this area, so I should probably check the upper area first, I think. So I'm pretty sure this would loop back around, maybe? Or at least give the illusion of it. Why is this place so muted? Because the audio muting has been a weird thing. I'm not really sure what the deal with it is, and it kind of just confuses me more than adds to the atmosphere. Ow. And I'm guessing that some of it is just a matter of they're trying to do the positional audio so that you feel like you're right there, but in a game like this, I think positional audio is very strange. Because sometimes I think it can serve to confuse if it's based on the position of the player rather than the position of the camera. Like, because if it's based on the camera, it's a little bit easier to see and understand. But when it's based on the position of the player, it can disorient because you have to place yourself there mentally. And that is a little bit harder than placing yourself from the camera's perspective. Because you're already at the camera, so works quite well that way. Uh-oh. Brooding Molech. Ow. Ow. Oh god. Ow! This thing is quite a menace, I must say. I'm not 100% sure how to handle that. Tough enemy. Oh, this is where I last... Okay, this is where I last was, huh? Oh, brother, I gotta sit somewhere closer. That is a long trip back, huh? Okay. It's more just the trip back is the problem. I do see a shortcut from the False Knight boss. I don't think I opened it. I should probably go open that, huh? I can go back up that way and open that up. I think this game's architecture also taking... Mainly the architecture of the mechanical... Like, the mechanical architecture, I mean. Whereas, you know, the places that you explore in-game. A lot of it feels familiar from the standpoint of somebody who played... like Metroid Fusion now. Having played at least a couple Metroid games at this point, this game is definitely far more familiar as a Metroid player than it used to be. And I do wonder if that familiarity... I wonder if that familiarity will make me feel better or less... Wonder if what it'll do for me mentally to categorize it in that manner. So I don't really know how I feel about it in this moment. At least not yet. It's kind of strange. Yeah, there's a bench here, yeah? There's a bench. Very cool. Hello, strange one. Brings back through here. Don't worry about me, I don't need anything more from you. Well, I'm just here because I need a bench that's closer. A closer bench would be advisable. But this game feels good. I'm not sure exactly what else to put down quite yet. I'm getting there, but I definitely feel like some of the key components and how they sit aren't there yet for me. They're getting there. Definitely think they're getting there, but I think there are aspects of this that I'm waiting to see how they feel as we go. I do think I am also realizing how much of a mixed bag it can be to have... I think the ambiguous lore can be really good, but it can at times also frustrate because it can be a little tough at times to get in. You know, because you have to get yourself in the story. Oh, I have to do this again, that's right. Oh, God. There we are. Got it right the first time. Getting it first try feels pretty solid. Ooh. Let's see. Down I go. Down I go. Doesn't have to be a bench in here. No? Okay. Might just have to start blasting, maybe? Hello, sir. Well, that worked out. Ow. Man, this thing sucks. Ow. This thing sucks. What is up with this thing? Okay, this thing is weirdly difficult for me to even internalize what it's doing. Ow. I am already dead. Man, what is up with this? Like, I don't know what it is, but something about this thing's movement and patterns just does not jive in my brain. It's like the other bosses I think were easier because I actually could see them, if that makes sense. I think it's because this thing's movement is very... It's oddly invisible because its swings of its arms are in contest with my own attacks. So I'm not looking at its attacks, I'm looking at my own. And since I don't have a really good defensive means to stop that, it is a little tough to keep myself moving properly in that situation. Very tough. Ow. Kind of getting myself messed up here. I have to exit my own head here. Yep. Whoop. Very good. At least I'm getting that first try every time now. At least the trip down and up is not too bad. I feel like if this trip was bad, I would be a little more upset. But since the trip isn't too bad, this isn't awful. Well, that's not too bad either. Ow. Ow. Oh god. Ugh. Okay. Not too bad. Meh. Ow. Alright, heal it up. Ow. I don't really have a good time to heal, really. Ow. At least not one that I can consistently heal in. Oh, pfft. I get to just... Being born only to die is not fantastic. Ow. Definitely not... God, man. It's mainly because it's relentless. Because with the other opponents, I'm realizing I had a moment to breathe every attack. This Moloch is not giving me that chance, and I need to account for it. Quite different. Quite different opponent, for sure. Oh well. Just another challenge to get through. I hope everyone's doing well this weekend. Still not 100% sure about the Saturday time slot, mainly because it is 4 times of streaming a week, which I have determined the more I stream in a week, the harder it is for me to keep my energy levels consistent. It's mainly because my body just isn't used to that level of additional stress. Ow. But I imagine I can build myself up to it. But we will see. It's mainly my throat, actually. That's the... Like, my vocal cords are probably the thing that get pushed the most. So I talk a lot during stream. So I have to remind myself to take, be a bit more moderate with my consistent speech. Probably would also do me well to lock in every now and then with this game. Because I lock in silence. I don't really talk when I'm truly locked in a game. Ow. Ow. Ow, what the? Jeez. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Okay, no, I'm not dead. We're still alive. Yeah, I see what the pattern is supposed to be, is you're supposed to jump over like this when it... Ow. Come on, heal. Okay, we're good. Ow. Okay, we're not fantastic, but we're good. I do not appreciate the shot directly for me whenever you're... Ow. Heal. Okay. Man, that is a rough attack to deal with, huh? No, I did that wrong. Did that so wrong. Come on, heal! Okay, we're good. I'm surprised that didn't hit me, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay. I'm frankly okay with it not hitting me. Ooh. Ooh. Doing good. Ow. It's fine. Okay, there is a small window that you can slip through with this stuff, so that's good. Whew. Doing alright. Ah, not dodging that one. That's fine. Ow, not dodging that one either. Okay, healed up. Ow. Strong enemy. Hadouken. Ow. Got him with that DP input when I get downed. Fighting game stuff. Oh boy. Ah. Oh, defeated. Hey! Not too bad. Cool. Alright. Victory acquired. Not too bad at all. Took a few tries, but that's okay. Now then. Was this just a shortcut or was this just a boss? Hmm? Yeah, it just looks like an optional boss to me. Hmm. Well, it gets us nowhere closer to our goal, but it does get us some additional resources. Technically. At some point, it'll get us an extra health pip, I think. That's nice. Not really what I needed right now, but... eh. Another step forward in the journey. Sometimes we can't ask for what we want. But our needs will be fulfilled nonetheless. Let's see. Wait, where is the down section in this? This here, there's a... oh, it's on the other side of the room. Oops. That's silly. Oh, but I can't make that jump yet. I see. That would explain a lot. Okay, so we need to go... might as well just go back down to Fog Canyon, then. Not really sure where else to go right now. I am certainly a bit lost. These are the hot springs. There we go. Might as well sit at the bench. Can save our game. Let's see. Yeah, the toughest thing with this game is I think the... Now that I'm analyzing this and taking a look at this map, the breadth of this map, the sheer scale of this world, and the fact that it's walking distance, not necessarily a matter of not a matter of literal distance, but of the game's own measured distance for how you walk and travel. Definitely takes a while to get anywhere. Especially if you get lost. Kind of feels like getting lost in this game is its own sentence. Just a bit strange. And I think getting lost in these games, while part of the point, honestly, feels like part of the big point of playing Metroidvania style games is you're going to get lost a lot. I definitely think it can get a little bit... It can be mildly frustrating if you continually get lost and have to deal with the fact that you aren't sure where to go next. At least in that way, this game does carry the same pains that I had with the various Metroid games. Is if you aren't seeing the obvious thing, and I say obvious in that when you know it's there, it's obvious. When you don't know it's there, it is rather difficult to continue forward. Hi, Willow. You know more. Okay. Oh, well, I was just gonna enjoy food. But when you start searching the places over and over, because you aren't very sure where your destination lies, that can be tough. Particularly when you know you have a destination, but you aren't sure where it is. Like, I would say the great example right now is that without a means to figure out how to reach the map maker, I don't really know how to get to the map maker. And since I can't reach the map maker, it's very hard for me to plan ahead to figure out where the next place I need to move is. Because I have no good visual or recollection of the space. I think, honestly, the fact that I don't know where I'm going can be... That, I think, can be a really frustrating aspect of a game. And it's not that the game needs to tell me where to go. But if I'm given insufficient clues, it can be really tough to figure that step out. And of course, in repeated playthroughs, you know the answer. So you're able to smooth over those rough edges because you've seen the answer enough times. Ow. But on a first playthrough, those rough edges really love to rear their head. I think it's even true when you're making a game that even when you know the answer, when you find that it's way too difficult to reach that answer, that the conclusion doesn't match the question, that can be really frustrating in its own way. I keep checking the map. Oh, crap. It can definitely be difficult on the player. Ow. It can be difficult on the player to have to sort out the mess that is left behind. Because when the development side has messes, it is usually the player that is the one who finds it first and foremost. That's where glitches really rear their head. It's one thing if a glitch... I think it is very easy for players to say, oh, but if a glitch can be fun, then it's not that big a deal. But I think it can be frustrating when an unintended glitch results in a behavior that... I don't want to say it nullifies the intended design of a section of a game, but... certainly can be a lot harder to play. What is up with this? What is this thing and why does it do this? The problem is that it taunts me. So I know that when I feel taunted, I do not seek answers well. I certainly don't think I do better trying to understand a puzzle if I believe that the answer is right in front of me. Kind of like the other side of the coin of, if I see a problem, I like to solve it. It's, if I see a problem and I think I can solve it, I will try to. Because now if I think I can solve something, I will absolutely keep trying to, even against my own better judgment. And I think this game has presented enough situations now where I think there's a solution that is directly accessible, and I don't think that's the case. I've been out this way? Can't recall if I've been over here. I'll go take a gander. Oh, that's right. This place. This sanctuary. Ow. You know what? At this point, I'm running out of places to check, really. Ow. Ha. Nothing here. Okay. Does feel like I am just kind of... Feels like I'm feeling around... like, quite literally, I'm feeling around in the dark looking for the lights, but... Definitely not... I don't think this is the intended way to go through this area, in the slightest, but... I'm also a little uncertain what else to try right now. Aha. Never feels great when the sound kicks off, does it? Ow. Yeah, this is an exercise in frustration. It's not worth it. The difficulty is that it just isn't worth it to try that over and over again and hope that I get it right. Unfortunately, I recognize well that it would just be more frustration than me making real progress, so we'll just go back. Don't really know what the Stone Sanctuary's purpose is either, so... That's a bit of a shame. Guess the difficulty now is I don't really know what else there is right now. Because every time I think I get closer, I'm not sure if I'm even making progress now. Truly the pain of any Metroid-style game. I think this game's more or less just a... I almost feel like Metroidvania. Like, I understand the conventions of the title, but of that genre, but... It's odd how little it describes. Because, yeah, because I know we've talked about it before, when we've played, you know, Metroid Fusion and stuff, like the nature of, okay, you know, like, where the different mechanics and the names come from, but... It's interesting how much I find, the more I play these types of games, most of them are just Metroid. Like, it's not... It's... Because when I've played Metroid, it's that Metroid does all the stuff that everybody talks about Metroidvanias doing. Because Metroid already does all those things. So I'm not entirely sure, other than Legacy, and because everybody's already organized themselves accordingly, why it's referred to this way. No matter how many times I think about it, it just doesn't seem right. Because this game has far more in common with its former with its, you know, like the first half of the name. I think this game especially is far more a Metroid. I would almost reason it's a Metroid clone more than it is a Metroidvania, like in mechanics, not in aesthetic at all. But in mechanics, it pulls so much more from the rhythm and feel of a Metroid game than it does any other title. I do wonder how many... I wonder if the devs really... Like, what games the devs play and what they played at the time, you know? I definitely think the games that we play and the stories we partake in have a great impact on the stories we... Why am I going this way if it doesn't lead anywhere? I do need to go back up, though. I think I missed something at the top half of this area, and I would like to double check myself. At this point, I think I am just mildly uncertain where to go. Okay, this spot is dark, yes? Oh no, this is the place of the electricity that I can't go up because of the... There's the other section that I can't progress in. That's right. Which would imply that there's a way in there from somewhere else, right? But where? Ah. I find very few answers here. Yeah, I'm just... This is kind of the difficulty of this style of game anyway, though, is if you get lost, you stay lost for a while. I probably wouldn't be remiss of me to consider a guide, but I feel like it's almost too early for that. It feels far too early to already be thinking, oh, I should probably go get some additional assistance already. I think especially on a first stream it feels... Because I know that this game is a longer one, so I don't know if... But I also don't know if it's wise to protract this if I really don't know where I'm going. It's like, if I really don't know what I'm doing, I should probably go seek the help I need. Ow. But at the same time, I want to solve it myself if I can. I know it's possible, it's just truly about finding the right path. I guess that is the tough thing, is when your map is a maze, it is difficult when your maze is entirely large enough that the best way to solve it is to use the right hand rule, just follow a wall and circle around until you find the exit. So that's the way you can solve mazes. It's the most thorough way is to, the way you do it is you put your right hand on the wall, trace along. This doesn't account, I guess the right hand rule's greatest weakness though, is it doesn't account for if a exit would be along a wall that you're not, you can't put your hand on. So that can be a problem, especially if you're trying to solve a maze that has a lot of different entrances and exits. Though it should theoretically work. The difficulty is when a maze has options within it that don't follow that way out. Maze design, I think maze design is definitely a part of gaming that I think being good at designing the mechanical part of a maze first is good. Because you need to be able to do that first. First and foremost, be able to say, okay, here's where the beginning and end of the maze is, right? Ow. Ow. Finding a lot of optional bosses, though. Huh. Not bad. Finding optional bosses, at least. And this is definitely an area I haven't been to before, so that's actually quite good. But, yeah, I definitely think Metroidvania's greatest weaknesses are getting the player lost. I think survival horror has this trouble as well, but I think survival horror generally has it's generally problematic if a horror game outstays its welcome. Like these games, I think it's easy to build up an excuse, to be able to inure the game experience by saying, oh, well, I just need to find the way forward. With a horror game, the added combination of, exceptional stress, of having the additional stressors of, scares and, exceptional fright. I think that sort of stuff can really shorten the lifetime that of a player's session. Because a gamer is not going to be able, because some gamers can't maintain themselves in a horror setting for much longer than a few hours at most. So you're not going to be able to lock them in for a protracted playing session. Not able to lock them in the same way that you would another genre. I think survival horror has that the distinction of if the player can, because the player can get dislodged by a jump scare alone. I think a lot of players, their stamina can easily be shaken, if not greatly diminished, just by the addition of fear, like true fear. It's one thing to stress the player out with, like visions of things, but I think horror games really can push it in ways a little too far. Hello, sir. You awake? Oh, there. Hey, dude, come between me and my praise. I have years of scream. I gave the way causing bother. Oh yeah, I forgot this guy sucks. I'm Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. Cross me again, you'll find why they call my weapon Life Ender. What are you still bothering for? I'm a knight. I'm not interested in your childish games. I need my rest. Yeah, unless I draw my nail. Yeah, I forgot that Zote kind of sucks. He's a bit of a dork. I kind of forgot about him. I at least recall meeting him, so at least, at the very minimum, this is something familiar to me. So that's good. I suppose familiarity is a good thing to feel right now. There is wisdom in experience. So thankfully, I can probably take that and run with it. At least a little bit. Oh, there's more guys here. Intriguing. So now this guy is just an enemy that arrives? Let's see. Well, I need the money anyway. Howie. There we go, easy peasy. Much easier for the second time. Oh jeez. Hello. I need to draw him away from there so I can actually get the money. No, the money! Owie. Oh, that's not ideal. Need to back off. Ugh. I would like to keep that cash as intact as possible, really. There we go. The money is important, so we need to keep it. Ooh. The stores of cash is nice. We'll need to go up and buy more items soon. Definitely easy to get lost in the prospect of fighting more and more enemies. For sure. Hello. Ow. Ow. Sir. Oof. Ow. Heal, heal, heal. Okay, we're good. I just don't like sitting at 1 health. That I find to be a little bit too stressful. Too stressful to sit at 1 HP. At least we found somewhere else to be. Even if it's an optional space, it's still important that we found somewhere to go. Optional or no, very helpful to be here. This is a new spot, I think? Yes, sort of. Yeah, the atmosphere is set up by the... Oh, it's you. Hello. No closer ghost. Seen you creeping through the undergrowth stalking me. It's okay, you a terrible thing awakens. I can smell it in the air. I know what you are. I know what you tried to do. I can't allow it. I don't know what I'm here for either. Oh, hello. Ow. I am not allowed to heal, apparently. I appreciate that the hardest enemies in this game are the ones that... Oh my god, that's such a long way over. Oh, brother. No benches? Well, that's a shame. I'm gonna have to make my way all the way back over. The toughest boss fights in this game seem to be the ones that enforce themselves relentlessly. Like, they are the ones that are the hardest to deal with because they actually keep you from resting. So I'm just gonna presume that recovery during Hornets, so that first Hornet encounter. So I'm pretty sure you run into Hornet multiple times. So I know Hornets are... Ow. At least I'm aware that Hornet is a character that survives you. in the sense that you don't get rid of Hornet by defeating them this way. So I do need to get my way back over there, huh? Oh man, such a long trip too. All right, I'll need to sit at the I'll need to sit at the bench on the. Man, that's gonna be it is such a long way home. Oh well. I guess that's also something that's a little bit tough, is that other games that are, because this sort of borrows, you know, basic concepts from the, you know, like the Souls genre of games, but I find that checkpoint placement is key for Metroid games to be less frustrating. I definitely think that the checkpoint placement here is a little bit... It's good. It's well that it's set up within the world well, but I do think that the placement of them being a bit too sparse can certainly be a problem if you're trying to make forward progress and you die and have to redo. It's not just the fact that you have to, you know, retread ground you've already traveled, because that's whatever. But it's the fact alone that you have to... Nope, can't make it. It's that you have to redo the challenges. You have to reclaim your place through the challenges of getting there in the first place, which is a little much. Okay, I think this way back is not going to be good. This appears to be no good. Yeah, I think this precise type of challenge is... It definitely can strain the player, I think, as it does me. But I think it can... I think this kind of thing, especially for... If a player is already a bit disconnected, you know, if a player is feeling like they aren't sure about being able to commit to the experience, I think this would be the sort of part of the experience that would probably halt a playthrough. I think this is the kind of thing that would probably stonewall a player enough to halt them. Because the combination of not knowing where to go and how to get there, but also when you do find your way forward, if it's stopped by an enemy that you then have to, if you lose to them, you have to make a large journey back to find them. Ow. I think that can be really hard to persist through. Not a matter of individual toughness, but just a matter of mechanical strain. Sort of like if a game is a machine, this is the sort of thing that puts strain on the internal mechanics when faced with exterior weather. Sort of like a player getting stuck or a player breaking certain mechanics of the game can actually weather away the design philosophies and ideas in the game. And that sort of strain can actually break a player out of the immersion of the experience. And I think immersion is a word that has been used ad nauseum at this point for gaming, but I think it stands well to talk about it when you're talking about game design, because it is important for a game to get a player to stay in. That is what immersion really is. And if a player finds places to disengage, to, you know, dislodge themselves from the experience, it is extremely hard to get them back in, if not impossible in some places. I think some games especially crack them. They get cracked by the pressures of an immersion break. I actually think that's actually the greatest thing that Baldur's Gate 3 did wrong for me, that I remember that was what frustrated me. Was that I was playing Baldur's Gate and there were moments in the game, throughout the game, where my immersion was cracked. And then when it finally shattered, it became a matter of, oh, well, the only thing that really kept me playing was the fact that I was playing with a group of friends, and doing the fun stuff with my friends was far more important to me than the story. Like, the actual story of the game itself held nothing for me. It was much more about the immersion and the experience of breaking that with my friends, rather than the genuine experience of playing the game. I feel like one of these times I gotta play it single player just so I can see if I can remove that pain, but I do know that there are some story beats there that absolutely don't strike me well. I know there's one particular thing I ran into in that. It was actually the moment that kind of made me go, oh, I don't need to take this story seriously at all. And it was, and I don't think I'll spoil Baldur's Gate 3, but it's particularly a moment involving, I'll just say that it involves the wish spell, which, here's the thing, as someone who runs his own game, I've played D&D a fair bit. I have run a couple of D&D games, and I've also played in a number of them. If there's any spell that I don't allow in my games in the slightest, even for, you know, for gods to use, the wish spell. As a mechanical deus ex machina in a game that is built on player agency, the wish spell is the worst thing to ever introduce to a game. If you want your game to be taken seriously, if you want your story to be, you know, well received, the wish spell is something that must be avoided at all costs in D&D. So when there's an instance in Baldur's Gate 3, which I will not say the context of, but simply that it is optional and very much something you run into at your own, you know, in your own way. But the moment I saw the wish spell in use by a character who had active agency and desires in the story, I immediately withdrew from the story. It was like, oh, I see. And I think it was because of the fact that it was a moment that made me stop and think, well, wait, why don't you just do this instead of the story? Like, why am I here then? And I think that very sort of thought process, if a game makes you think, why am I here? It has failed as an experience, right? I think this happens a fair bit I think multiplayer games have this kind of in a horrendous sort of way, where it can be actually really sad to see this happen, where a game drops a player because the player begins to question their involvement in both in the game and the, you know, the encroaching story of, you know, the match, right? When you're playing, like, you know, like a multiplayer game, like say you're playing a game of Counter-Strike and you're not really feeling like you're involved, you're not helping here, you're not doing anything. It can be really tough to keep yourself engaged because what are you doing? It happens a lot, actually, when I play Magic the Gathering, when I play Commander. If a player feels like they're not doing anything, it's very easy to get disengaged from the game and just sit back and be like, oh yeah, I'll, you know, do my turn actions or whatever, but I'm not really thinking about the gaming experience at all. Ow. Do I get a chance to heal, or... Oh, I do. I appreciate the chance to heal. I should heal when I have chances, but... Ow. Heal, 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 heal. Okay, good. Good enough. Ow. Ow. You know what's funny? I pressed the left bumper as if I was gonna be able to parry. Like, my brain said, oh yeah, you can... It's like my brain's called on a reflex in a game that isn't connected to this. Just, oh yeah, parry. It's like, what? We don't have a parry in this game. What are you talking about? Brain, what do you mean? What does this information mean? But that's okay. But yeah, this entire journey back to get back over is a little bit, it is a little bit strange. I gotta shake off the shadows of doubt there. Did find it very therapeutic. I had to write a short story about the feelings I was combating on particularly Wednesday and Thursday. I think it was I was grateful that I wrote that short story now, because it certainly feels like I was able to work through the feelings of that I was, you know, sort of having to muscle through. I also just realized I need to open the shortcut, because there is a shortcut there. I need to open that. That is probably making this trip a lot longer. Forgot that there's a shortcut there. But I have worked through some feelings this week, and I was grateful that I did, because I think it can be really tough to keep your head straight when you're working through some stuff. I think also, too, I had a good realization last night. I was at Magic, and there were some mentions of some stuff, but it was like we got the subject of death during a conversation, and I'm grateful that a death is but a single moment in a life of thousands, you know? Like, there are millions of moments in this lifespan, and I'm grateful that death is but one. Like, it's nice. It's nice to know, you know, that it's like, okay, I only have to, it's like, it's of all the time I have on this planet, I'm grateful that the one instance only happens the one time, right? It is an event that happens once, and then it is over. How grateful am I that that is it? Wait, this is the thing. Where's... Oh, it's there. That's where it is. I see. Pop this bad boy open. There we go. Now this lets me... Does it let me go straight to the boss fight? Let me see. I need to walk... Oh. I need to walk this way. Where does this take me? Well, the boss fight's up there, so... It does indeed take us to two different places. That's good. I'll just nuke it. I don't care. Does not matter to me, in truth. Can you stop jumping, man? Ow. I'm already almost dead. Hadouken. Ow. Oh, that's awkward. That's even more awkward. Ooh, okay. Doing good, doing good. Kind of reminds me of a Mega Man boss. I'm not sure why, but it reminds me of a Mega Man boss. Ah, it's a fake out. Owie. Ma'am, can you please stop dodging my Hadoukens? Whew. I love the orchestral music, though. The music definitely helps this boss fight feel a lot easier to stomach, if that makes sense. Cool. Go one more time. Ow. Ow. Go one more time. Okay, we're good. We're so good. Ow. Okay. Ma'am, can you please settle down? Okay, see you later. Alright, yes, goodbye. I will leave. Whew, Mothwing Cloak. Press RT to dash forward. Oh, so we have the dash now. Ooh. Meow. Meow. Wooded seek to break the seals that cannot be undone. They must be undone. Let us just sleep, little shadow. Return to your darkness. Allow us our peace. I appreciate that the Eldritch gods are yelling at me. Ow. Well, I appreciate that. I will say, don't really understand at all. Time to go. That said, this does open up like a million things, though, which is a little bit awkward. I think this part, this very piece of payoff, is something that can frustrate a player. The very idea of, oh god, how many things does this open, you know? The idea alone that this opens up so many pathways. And how much that can frustrate. Because in a way, it can be quite difficult to partake when the game says, hey, by the way, there's about 30 different places now you can go in now. Because just this dash alone is enough to fundamentally alter the way that the game world is organized and feels. Because now you've suddenly changed your relationship with it. Now you have this movement. Now I can also go very fast. Lake of Un. Lake of One. Hello. Oh, there seems to both tread far from the path. I can hardly believe this dusty old highways led to such a lush and lively place. Building suggests some form of worship, though its idols have clearly been long forgotten. Doubles equally well for a moment's respite. Oh yeah. Let's see, map. So this place is just a nice bench to sit at. That's nice. Oh, hello. Ow! Why are you here? Okay, well, you know what? I don't need to deal with you right now. I'm gonna go heal because I wasn't expecting a fight. Yeah, how about you eat some of this? Alright, yeah, sure. You know what? We take those. That's a win I'm allowed to... That's a win I will keep. See you later. I think this sort of ability, though, will make me far more impatient because I know that I can go places much quicker. Which might be to my own detriment, in truth. Because now I can go many places. Up. There we go. Now then, where to go next? Is kind of the question of the hour, is where do I go next? I would almost wager that the next place to go would be... Okay, well this changes a lot of things. Toll machine. Hello. Opened several stag stations now, have you? I'm grateful for the opportunity to once more travel through the kingdom, as I visit more places to feel my memories return to me, like the stagways of my mind are returning once more. Continue to open the stations, and you'll have my deepest gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate it. So now we can go back to Queen Station, which is good. First, though, I'm gonna go back up and buy some stuff. I would like to be able to acquire more things, if possible. Ugh. Actually, while I'm able, I'm gonna just travel with... I'm gonna drink some water really quick. Hello, ma'am. Markers are new additions to the shop. Might as well buy them. Might as well buy them. I don't really... Like, I know there are key items I need to buy from the shop, but quite literally a key item. Oh, hey, Zote. What's going on, you little nerd? You there, why are you skulking around in the shadows? Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. I am Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. Tremble before me. While you're hiding in your dingy little village, I ventured into the dark pit below us and slew a great beast. Had sharp mandibles and atrocious manners. Yes, it's all glory to me, but I don't have time for your adulation. I must rest and prepare for my next journey down. Daft old fellow over there. He keeps talking absolute drivel. Seems to think the very air is deadly down in the caverns. Perhaps you should consider not breathing. He was talking about dreams, too. Dreams are for those too feeble to truly live. Oh, Hamlet, this is. The air is foul in the town, so I got beady eyes. I'll be heading down back below. I don't like Zote. I don't like Zote at all. Oh, sir. Young couples just recently taken residence house by the station. Mini maps shop, which may excite ones. She's a tall bug, the wife. Told them to take a larger house, especially since they're all empty, but they like the look of that one. It's just a bench just to get through the door. I wouldn't put up with it myself. She seems happy. Let's see. So I need this. I need the Lumify lantern to go through that dark spot. So I'll need to save Let me think. If I save... Let's see, it's 950 for the key, 2,000 for the... So I'll need a total of 3,000 then. If I want to get everything all at once. Bonus points if I can gather some extras for later. Especially if we can gather stuff for later. Return after my stasis. Most excellent. Ooh. We've been making some pretty solid progress so far. I have acquired the moth wings, which means I have a dash now. Which I don't know if this will help us in this area, but it will help us later, for sure. It is definitely a big boon to our mobility. Which I do appreciate. Oh, because yeah, now I can go up here. Ooh. I see. I understand. Fungal wastes. Well, I need to find the... I need to get to the boy in another area. That... I hope the stasis was good. There he is, the boy. You there. My friend. Ah, my short friend, you've caught me at the perfect time. Just about finished charting these noxious caverns. Very territorial types make their home within this area. It's just avoiding them where possible. Further below, some strange thin creatures gave me quite a scare. They seemed an intelligent bunch. My youth had to braid their caves, but I feared my mature physique wouldn't be able to outrun them where they turn violent. Yes. Okay. Well, now I have a map of this area, which is really nice. This is good until I awaken to something that stressed me the F out. Yeah. That seems problematic. Let's see. Up I go. I do want to go... I want to go back to Fog Canyon if I can help it. I would actually very much like to go back to Fog Canyon. Hope it wasn't something too stressful, though. I'll come back to Fungal Waste later. I would like to see about... Because I want to get the map in Fog Canyon. If I can. If it is possible. I won't hold my breath, though. Ow. Heck. Ow. Remedy, but I shall discuss it later. Reasonable. Oh god. Some things are just meant to be discussed in the later. Alright, let's see if this assists me in any way in finding my way forward. Let's see, where do I need to go for this again? Alright, I don't have a map. Keep forgetting I don't have a map for this area yet. Oh, it's a spot up, spot up above, that's right. I am appreciating this design, but man, again, the setup and payoff of some of these areas is a little bit strained. Love this game. I like this game a fair bit. I'm loving how playing as the knight feels. But I think there are times where I have mild frustration with the world design. I think more so because it is, at times, simultaneously too much. It's a lot to learn, for sure. I definitely think that I think this area in particular has been a bit of a thorn in my side, just because of the nature of it. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I cannot brute force this spot. I'm not really sure. I guess the weird thing is that you can find him in the area past this, but not here with relative, like you find him elsewhere with relative ease, but for some reason here it's much harder. Okay. We'll just head back down to the other area then. No reason to beat my head over this one. Oh god. No reason to kind of like just slap my head on the door until it opens. I have better places to do that at, frankly. Whew, okay, now that we're back at Queen Station, might as well... trying to think of where to go here next, though. Tough spot to understand. I guess for me, the toughest parts here are the spots that I don't quite understand. Yeah, these things are a little tough to deal with. Ow. I will say the exploding enemies are also a little bit... they're a little problematic. Dude, these little guys are interesting sorts. Ah, yes, the homing fungus. Known everywhere for its homing ability. Okay, we are a tenth of the way towards getting the... Ow. I did not even think about the fact that those things explode. Oh, brother. Okay, what did I get? How Nest Seal. All this way for a coin, essentially? A coin I do not understand its context. That's problematic. Very problematic. Alright, well. I have to keep moving, I guess. Let's see. Could go up that way, if possible. I guess I should check if that's an open area. I don't believe it is, but I'll check it. I don't really need to hit that guy, do I? The fact that these fungus enemies respawn pretty commonly is a bit of a problem, too. Oh god. I don't want to deal with any of that. Nope, 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 nope. Oh god. That's a door! Not a fan of how much this area is demanding me to really zoom through it. Mushroom. Is this an open area? Oh, I didn't even go high enough, I see. Oh god, the wow! What is this lad? Oh god, you know what? Nope, I'm gonna heal. Gonna heal before I end up having problems. Okay. Try that again. Okay. Oh, brother. I do not like these guys. Okay. Not too bad. I like their cute noises, but I don't like how they fight, because they fight in a perturbing manner. I'm not sure of that. These mushrooms perturb. To put it plainly. What is the what are these lads, truly? Strange ones. Strange indeed. Okay. I keep moving. Oh, lever. What does the lever do is the question. Opens this door. Where's this door? Up here. Okay, that's a shortcut, maybe? A shortcut of some kind? I don't really understand. Hello. Ah, twin bosses. Ah, but their forehead is quite bulbous. Ow. Sounds like someone's slamming on their door. Like they're slamming on their front door or something. Okay, that's one down. Oh, there's a coin on the other side of the door. How did I do that? Definitely pretty easy to deal with. That wasn't too bad. Huh. Another Hallownest seal, I would guess. Charm Notch. Oh, that's even better. Huh. Because that gives us another slot for our charms. Cool. Not too bad. I'll take. Where does this place me, though? Forgotten Crossroads. So, nearby should be a way to get back up. Ow. Shouldn't be all that bad. Definitely reach it. An obtainable shortcut, maybe. Okay, that one is definitely going to be something that lets me go through water. Don't think there's many other things that could be. Hmm. Oh, hello. Hmm. Well, this place isn't too... This place isn't too unforgiving, just a little bit... Just needs a little bit of patience. There we go. Definitely noticing more of the cracks in the fountain, like the smaller, you know, the small little pieces that feel a little bit strange with the flow. I think it's kind of the truth of the flow state of these kind of games anyway, is that there's a certain point where they start to feel really, really nice, but where you're really firing on all cylinders, but some parts do suffer from the ways that they are pushed in this game. I think this game does push things a little bit at times. Okay, so now we're back up to the crossroads. So I think I need to find a... I think I would like to find a bench to update my progress. Oh, I see. So now I can go back this way. Ah, I see now. I understand. I understand what is happening here. Okay, so I can go back up to the hot spring seat now. I can go to the hot spring bench and heal really quick. And I can get myself fixed up, and we can go back down. Okay. And now that map is, and since that map is open, we know where that is now. I think this game, it's the one greatest factor working against it at all times. Now that I sit and I looked at the map again and I thought about it, there's no real objective that is directly ever shown or stated to the player. I think with this style of game, it can be a lot harder to orient ourselves when it's on the impetus of the player to know where to go and how to, and then chart how to get there. I think Tunic did this a little bit better by, in ways, explaining, you know, in making part of the information process key to the gameplay. You know, in a strange sort of way, it actually combated it by giving the player directly, okay, here's your objective. Without words, able to give the objective. I think motivation here is where this game, I think, might have lost me. Because I don't really know why I'm here. Not just in the sense, not in just the existential sense of, you know, like what is the meaning of life or the purpose of my existence. It's much more just simple. Like, what am I doing in this place? What am I here for? Hello. Don't try to sneak past me, I can smell you. Leg Eater. Do you collect a lot of Geo? Give me Geo, you can see something nice. Sure. Let me show you then. Take a look. Do you want them? If you want them, I'll trade them for more Geo. Huh. Fragile Greed. Huh. So, almost forgot about coffee. How can one forget about coffee? It's quite good. Quite necessary for the inner workings of the mind. Truly. Right, not that way. So we found a guy named Leg Eater. I've made some. Most excellent. Had my coffee earlier. Very happy I did. I have 1 cup of coffee every day, essentially. And it's just like 1 in the morning and that's it. I can't do more caffeine than that anymore. Used to be at least marginally able to. It is necessary for me. It needs stimulants or function. The US healthcare system wants me to jump through hoops to get medicated. That's just true of the American healthcare system. In truth. Hardly a controversial statement to say that the US healthcare system does not exactly have your best interest in mind. Has its best interest for its wallet in mind. Which is not controversial at all. Where am I? But as I was just saying with about this game is that I think that might be the thing that made me drop this game was there is little there's little I understand about the impetus, you know, like, okay, what am I doing here in this game? What is my motivation? And it's not, and you know, it's like, I think, you know, in the I think when you know, jump through any hoops to feminize hormone theory. Get feminizing hormone therapy. Interesting. Wonder why. I guess it's because the survival of a person is can be put at a higher premium, which seems strange. I don't know. I guess it seems like an odd thing to say, but it's like seems like somebody surviving is something that you can definitely put at a higher premium. Which is strange because life in California, which is very supportive of trans healthcare. That's pretty nice, though. I just find it confusing that the preservation of life is not higher on the priority list. For everywhere, really. But I suppose it's not that the preservation of life isn't the key. It's preservation of lives. Hmm? Oh, hello. Are you an enemy? Oh, you're not. The tiny steps of a tiny creature. You got the look of an adventure, so we've very much gone. Search for dangerous places, eh? You're on the right track. Long neck critter warned me of a tribe deeper below. Warrior sword, so she says that I'm itching for some serious combat. Oh, okay. Keep sharp. Stay alive, let's meet on the road again. Okay, thank you, Cloth. See you later. Hope I don't have to fight. Hope I don't have to fight Cloth later. Wouldn't that be sad? Hmm. Ooh. Yeah, but there's medication is something that does indeed seem to elude the placement of commonality that it should. Trying to make sure I know where I'm going. This place definitely is good training for getting these the jump slash down. I'm wagering that this ability is going to be far more important as we go. Okay. Whew. Oh god. Oh, hi, Hornet. See you later. Ow. Ooh. This place isn't too bad. Kind of surprised how easy this is to adventure through. Let's see. There's a big statue there. There's some stuff down below. Oop. Well, keep moving forward. I guess we'll just keep chasing Hornet. Not really any other place to go right now. Hornet. Aww. Oh, I am not making that. Oh, I can't make that jump. Hornet, I can't make that jump. No. Just like, let me in. Just sitting there at the door, just jumping onto it, screaming. Ooh. We haven't been up to see the Worm Boys in a while, so I should probably go up there and get some money later, but we can wait. We have time. We have time and options. But I think that's something I found with like, you know, like mental health medication, stuff like, you know, anxiety medication. For some reason, it is placed at such a massive premium, and it's like, well, let's deal with such things. Then again, if it was an easy answer and one that was solvable by pure logic alone, I don't know if it would be still a problem. Kind of the piece of such discussions that I don't like to get into is there are always relatively high, you know, like high level simple solutions. In that there is always something that can be done about a problem, but the simple solution is not always the available or the most effective one. Unfortunately. If only we could be so lucky that every problem has a simple and available solution. I was getting those. Describe pain and got scripts. Didn't have a copay for it. Worm. I helped the boy. Yeah, but I think it's just a curiosity to me at this point, what about those sorts of things, but I don't really focus there too often. Much more for my own sake than for my own sanity at times. I definitely feel like I would get a little bit too in the weeds thinking about that sort of stuff if I did. In truth. Okay, what else do we have to do? There's a way down that way. Could also go and update my map really quick. Get that, it's a complex problem. Yeah, and I think a lot of the most complex problems with like healthcare and all that stuff. Not to talk down on myself, but I don't think it's a topic or a field that I'm qualified or really it's my place to even get into. Sounds weird to say, but I think it's because I know that my place in life is to make people happy and to help and to you know, give people food for thought and to help people learn and think, but it's not my place to solve those kind of problems. I kind of recognize that I can give my 2 cents, but I find at times that it can be really difficult when an entertainer gets too in their head about thinking they're right on things. And I certainly have ideas and opinions, but why share them in that way? I don't need to be so matter-of-fact about it. I think you fed your niche well. I enjoy hearing insight in games I play. I appreciate that. I think in some ways I try to link game design to the various, you know, parts of life and philosophy that are good to, because you can really glean a lot from a game. Because games have rules, games have stories, and graciously life has many of those same things. So it's very easy to it's very easy for me to link all these together. And I think especially with game design, it's a very if you know, work it well, it's a very multifaceted field. You know, I think the ways that all of the different circles of both, you know, study, all forms of study can play into it. You know, because it creates different games when you have different forms of study playing into it. To pull a very niche game that I don't know how many people would remember, the game Spectrobes, I feel, had to have been made by a group of people who said, "Oh man, I love archaeology." Because I don't think anybody would have built Spectrobes. Like, it's a DS game, for those who don't know. I really want to stream it at some point, because I really want to play it again, because that's really cool. But it's the whole, like, a whole part of the minigame is having to do this, like, archaeology part of the game. Like, you have to dig out these fossils, and then you scan them, and then you make cool monsters. It's not, like, the most... I will say, it's not the most complicated game to play, as I recall. Like, the battles that you take your little dudes in, aren't all that... They're not that mechanically dense, as I recall. But, man, game looked cool. And I think even just the novelty of, oh, I get to go dig the bones and, you know, do all the the archaeology to find my creature and then resurrect them like Jurassic Park style. And it was very anime. It was a very anime style game, and it was really cool. But you don't get games like that without having study in fields of archaeology, anthropology, studying, you know, the ability to deconstruct and reconstruct what was to make what is. And that's really fun. I think some games don't get made without people who are, you know, psychologists. I think some games don't really get made without somebody who's psychoanalyzing and trying to make something that can... Ow. Oh, you're an enemy. I see. Okay. The praying mantis. The mantis. I see. And I don't know what this thing is, but it's a hornet of some kind. Some sort of wasp, maybe. Ow. Ow. You don't have enough health to defeat me. But in that way, I think that's where my book came from, Philosophy Through Play. Because I realized that there's a lot of philosophical ground you can cover by simply taking a game's ideas and running them through the lens of can you extrapolate philosophy from this? And the answer is always yes. Absolutely can. Because a philosophy can be extrapolated from any field of study. Heck, you can even get it from you know, philosophy comes from anywhere, so it's easy to get it in video games, I think, but it's also just as well that you can get it from other places too. As I learned from the janitor at my college, you know, he worked at the dorms, and I got to talk to that guy a lot. The thing I learned from him the most was that there's happiness in every profession. If you take to it and make it your life, you make it your passion. And in his case, I appreciated the wisdom that everybody, and from him I also got to see and understand how much everybody has to say. You know, it's like every field and walk in life has a value. I think it can be very easy to feel undervalued when you look out and say, oh, but these people are getting, you know, mountains of attention for just showing up. Serve coffee is a living, and I enjoy it as difficult as it can be. I find ways to be passionate about what I can do. And I think that's something that I find I think going back in the conversation of the stream, back to where college was that my passions lie in game design and in making people happy. Because my end goal in life is to make people happy in whatever ways I can. Edge. I will get the edge. I will start up again afterwards. This conversation is too important for me to cut it short. Okay. Oh god. Ah! I see. Oh, I'm down here now. I see. Ooh, thing. I'll just brute force it, it'll be fine. But in truth, I think passion is where life lies, so very easy though to feel undervalued. I think, you know, speaking personally, you know, I put all that work into something. You feel really sad when you look over and see someone getting, you know, mounds, and they do not less, but different. Where am I? Oh god. Oh. Mantis Village. I shouldn't be so cavalier about this, but yeah, I think back to what I was saying though is that I think the joy of finding, you know, like in every walk of life, also too finding wisdom in, I think also being able to find wisdom in other people's experiences, being able to apply it to yourself is key. But I think it's very easy for people to feel like they're undervalued because, oh, but what does my job do? And it's like, well, for some people, it's like, okay, well, what do you do? And it's like, you know, like with janitors, I remember he's like, yeah, I got to, because I keep this place working for you students who, you know, you guys are trying to do your best, and I want to make it so that the places that you need to work in are, you know, at their best. It's like, well, yeah, that makes sense. And even more so, it's a genuine help for somebody to be there doing that sort of job. Like, is it always pleasurable? No. Is it always the thing? Is it always fun? No. Heck, even my job isn't always fun. Oh, sneeze, hang on. Oh, pardon. But there are days where I find my work to be difficult. You know, it's like, okay, I sit there and I agonize over, is this story going to do well? Are people going to like this? Are people going to enjoy this book I wrote? And I think it can be very easy to get in the head, though. I can understand that I'm improving the lives of the others. So you look over the angle of delivering stimulant beverages to people that they function on their day-to-day. Maybe such a connect people be a positive part of their day, no matter how it will or has been going. That's a great philosophy. I think in some ways that's also why I started streaming, doing, wanting to open this library, as it were, and open it for other people. Because this mental space has been here for me this whole time. Being able to open it up for other people and being able to do stuff. Because I think that my works alone are fantastic, but I think that there's a certain amount of connection you don't get with the people that you make happy if you don't have the means to communicate with them. And I thought as a game dev and as an author and as a composer, it's like, well, I want to know. I want to bring it to the people myself. Like, I don't want to just, leave the thing in space and time and leave it at that. Make an album music and that's it. Let me hydrate. Been talking a lot today. Thank you. But I think it's well that... Thank you for the stretch. I think it's well that I understand well enough for myself that that's what I want out of my job. It's not just to deliver things and, make new projects, but to also be there to hand it to the people who want it. Hope the next book does well. I guess that's my big hope this year. I hope that the holiday season makes the next two books that come out, I hope it gives them the room to do well. Because now I'm thinking about it, like, oh yeah, it's been a little bit since the last book came out. It did shock me a little bit when I realized that my first book release was in... it was more than a while ago, for sure. Actually, I think I should go and... I might pop open the page really quick for Valhalla Station, because that first book... I'm gonna pop that open real quick, hang on. I just want to make sure I get the dates right, Oops. Typed in the wrong thing. There we go. I just want to make sure I get the dates right, because I remember... I think it's the fact that when I looked at the date again, I was like, oh wow, that's a long time. Yep. August 2nd, 2021. The first book I published. Kind of strikes me how long it's been. I've been working for myself for 3 years now, and I think in some ways I've definitely feel like I'm happy that I've moved forward in ways that certainly are intangible. I really appreciate it. So the Mantis Village. Need to find another bench. I haven't found a new bench in a while. I'll have to look around a little more. Been a lot of development for me in the last year. I think it's... I'm grateful that I have the feeling now of... It definitely feels like years pass by a lot slower right now. I'm grateful for the fact that I get to enjoy each day. I think it's definitely something to be said about how important it is to be able to appreciate the time. Can't go this way up. I'm not really sure where to go at this point. At least not at this juncture. I do appreciate the wall jumps, though. What'd I win? Wanderer's Journal. Not too bad. It can be easy to forget how much is moved when life moves a bit too fast. Oh. Challenge. Ow. There we are. Love that outlook. I forget to slow down from time to time. Everything seems so urgent sometimes, especially since it's easy for me to feel like I missed out a lot. Like my past time has been wasted. I think that's something that also... I find that it's this generation that, like the current generation of young adults that it's like... When I say young adults, it is like, okay, age range of, I'd say 18 to 40. You're still young. We have time. It's very easy for us to feel like, oh, but we wasted this time on this. Like, did you? Because it's not a rhetorical question. It's like, was it really a waste if you spent that time, you know, working, doing things, maintaining ourselves? It's very easy to feel like time is wasted, but I don't think any time is truly wasted. It's just there are times where it can feel that it was spent poorly. I find. Like, waiting in the DMV is not exactly a good use of time, but it's necessary time. It is time not poorly spent, but simply spent. Yeah. I'm 32, and I think about it, wasn't wasted. It was time I had to spend developing. Did my best. There's always nothing to do to accelerate things. Had to happen this way. Yeah, I think that's a good outlook, because it's very easy. It's very easy to think that, oh, but what if I could just get rid of that time and go right back? It's like, well, no, you had that. You needed that time. Some years, like some years you have a year and it just is, okay, it has to just happen this way. There's going to be parts of it that are slogs. There are parts of it that are going to be tough. And being able to objectively look at it, it's like, okay, well, sitting nearby. Oh, that's right. I can go upgrade my nail. But it is very easy to think that your time was poorly spent. And some days, it is. And that's okay. Some days you simply have to spend your time the way that you can. You know, some days simply have to be a little tougher to use in better ways. But being able to see that, smile, and keep moving is okay. I think it's good on us that we can look at life and be like, okay, yeah. So it's also, I will say, this has also affected my own game design and philosophy and analysis, because I never find that there are very few games where I ever find that it, like, hell, I don't even think there's been a single game that has been truly a waste. Even the ones that I find that I don't particularly like, it was never a waste of time. I punched down on, you know, Starfield and Scorn, and it's like, but at the end of the day, they were still experiences that not only did I need to have them for the sake of learning and understanding, but also it's not like they're without benefit or, you know, goodness. Even the experiences that I didn't particularly, you know, I don't have a fondness for them, are still good. They're still good for me. It's sort of like taking a tough medicine, you know? It's like, okay, well, sometimes, if only every medicine could taste as sweet as sugar, right? If only. But not every experience that is good for us will be pleasant in the moment. And some may not be pleasant for a long while. And that's okay. I guess my hope always is that somewhere somewhere, past, present, or future, my words helped somebody. And it says kind of minty till the coating wears off. God, that's pretty good then. It's pretty solid when it's mint. You know what's funny? I think it's because my brain associates mint with ice cream, or not with ice cream. I do associate it now with ice cream better, but I definitely associate it more with toothpaste than I do anything else. I can't eat mint, like mint and chocolate. I cannot put together. I can and I'm not really I can't do I don't go out of my way to eat mints, but I do respect them far more than I used to. There are certainly been times in my life where I have been okay with the mint. Actually, I think the funniest thing is when I worked at an ice cream place, one of the things I was taught by... Look at 2 entire tin of breath mints. That's fair. I just remember at the ice cream shop, my first out of high school job, I remember being told and taught that if I needed to, you take a clean spoon, not one, obviously not one you use, but take a clean spoon and take like a bit of mint ice cream and just eat it. You know, freshen your breath up if you think your breath smells gross when you're talking to the customers. Oh. Challenge. Do I feel ready for this? Yeah, sure. Hello. Mantis Lord? Owie. Owie. Yeah, I can't heal. I have no time to heal. Sir, can you don't for like half a second? I was not paying much attention to this boss fight, I will be honest. I was not paying attention. Watched somebody else fight them a few days ago. Well, I need to give it certainly a better try. Oh my god, that is such a long way to go down. Okay, there's a bench all the way over there. Okay, understood. When did I see the bench? Why don't I remember that bench? Okay. Well, I need to make my way back down there now, so I'll have to get there. I think if I get to the bench down there and reclaim my stuff, I would be... Because we're nearing time for me, because it's almost 3 o'clock on my time. So that means we're coming up on time, unfortunately. However, today's been good. I'm happy we got to have today's stream. I will be checking the analytics a little closely today, though. I do believe that today's stream will be important for me to reflect on, both in terms of numbers and how I feel about it. So I want to make sure that the Saturday stream slot works for me, you know? Game's pretty good, though. Definitely think... I was definitely a little bit harsh with this game, but I do think it is... I do think I have legitimate critiques on it. I think some aspects of the game do feel a bit strange. And I think some of that is arriving from knowing what the game's intent is, at least mechanically. But I also think that the nature of this is a little bit... can be a bit wibbly. A lot of it's coming from the ideas of intent. I said it earlier that I think my biggest gripe is that I don't really understand why... It's that motivation. It's that motivation. Why am I here? In-game. And moreover, what's the goal? Like, the most I understand is, okay, beat the 3 bosses, do the thing, ow. You know, do something, right? And I think that can be... It's a bit flimsy, I find. Because simply because I can do something does not mean I have motivation to do it. Like, a door need not be opened simply because I can, you know? Like, there are some doors that don't need to, that are not mine to open. And what does this one have for me, in truth? And you go this way. I think it's that very feeling that I think is conflicting within me with this game. Ow. Alright, just tough through it, it's fine. I think that's kind of where this game is sitting right now, is that... I guess without knowledge and understanding, I am a bit conflicted. Ow. Ow. Well, doesn't this just suck? Bench is down here, though. Bench? Bench. Good. Okay, we might have enough time to at least take another try at the Mantis Lord. So I will at least do so. You there. Friend-shaped? Friend-shaped. I will assist the friend-shaped one. If I can reach there. In truth. What's this? Dash Master. Oh, Cloudy. Let me get my hydrate in a moment. Hang on, let me... I want to get myself somewhere that mentally checks me in. Okay. How's it going today, Cloudy? Whoop, up I go. I don't know why, but my brain's saying I lack knowledge and understanding just it reminded me of the bit from... There's a game called Cruelty Squad that is very freaking weird. But I just remember that line from the from the game. It's just, yes, you lack knowledge and understanding. It's like, yes, of course. I understand. Thank you, game. Non-pizza rolls, most excellent. Pretty good for a Saturday. Pretty good eats for a Saturday, I will say. Ow. Ooh, love this game. I'm finding it pretty good. I think gameplay-wise, it's very strong. I'm trying to make sure I understand. I'm trying to understand. I think there are parts of this that I'm much more inclined to understand and appreciate than other parts. I think gameplay and level design-wise, I can easily get lost here and be quite pleased. I think it is the story that I'm intrigued to see how I respond to it as I go forward. Hello, sir. Ow. Does feel like boss fights in this game, though, do kind of... Their implication is that you're not meant to heal. That's kind of what I've gained from some of these boss fights, is that you're not meant to be healing during the fight. Like, it is, if you die, you die. So don't worry about actually healing during the fight. Just keep your focus on the attack. Because there's not really any defense. We don't have any defensive options anyway, so it's not like I can actually... It's not like I can really learn the openings for healing otherwise. Right. Kind of that's what I saw with Hornet, too, was that it really just... Ow. Back from a booster. Hope it was good. Sounds weird to say about that, but I hope it was good. Oh. Wah. Kind of reminds me of the flower boss fight from Cuphead in places. Oh god. I zigged when I should have zagged. Ow. Okay, heal. Just heal. Ow. Heal again. I appreciate the attack timing now. Oh. Whew. Okay. I have to lock in a little bit here. Owie. I like the music, though. Feels old. Harpsichord really hitting different. I'm okay with missing some hit chances if music also phenomenal. I think the music might be the strongest part of this game, in my opinion. I think the music is really up there for me, personally. I don't think that would be a controversial opinion. Why? Ow. What? Oh god. Oh, I see. Ah! Ow. It's like having an opponent with an after image. Okay, there we go. Oh, brother and a half, what the heck? Oh, brother. Ooh. Okay, heal. Ow! Well, that... I got killed in the middle. I got killed in the middle of healing. Ugh. Oh well. Not too bad. Alright. Let's see, what time is it? Not really enough time to make another attempt. Which is a bit of a shame. I would say I can try one more time, but I definitely think that I don't really have enough time because because I do have things after 3 that I need to get to. But while I still have daylight, so it might be unwise to... Ow. Okay, well, at least they wait for me, that's fine. Ooh. Ooh, okay. I'll at least try one more time, but I think the problem is that the trip over is a little bit long, so... At least for me. Ah. It also doesn't help that I continuously forget how to get there. Okay, heal back up. I think one more attempt and then we'll call it a day. Win or lose, this will be the end. There we go. Ow. Okay, good enough. I'd like to go in with full health if I can, but... I won't worry about it. At this point, I don't care. Let's try one more time. Alright, buddy. Let's try this one more time. Ow. That's less than that's a less than encouraging beginning, I will be honest. Gotta lock in. Heal. Oh god. Oh, come on now. So I didn't get the heal and I used up the energy. Fantastic. Ow. And that was a misclick. Okay. Fatigue settling in. That's great. Great time for it. Oh well. Just keep fighting. Ow. Just gotta try a little bit harder. To put it plainly, my effort needs to be maximum. Ooh, okay. Full health is good. Not doing too bad, all things considered. At least I'm learning enough to be able to know when to heal and how to do it. At least, especially on first phase. first phase is especially going to be important. Oh, it's definitely a great skill check. Seems to be. Ow. Okay, that I was not. Thought my timing was good, but I guess not. Main problem I'm having is I don't know. I have no gauge. I have no like idea to tell me how much I need to do to win. Which means I have to keep myself at maximum effort as long as I can, which is gonna be a little tough. Heal now. Okay, well, all I did was make sure I didn't die. That's fine. I died. Okay. I don't like ending on losses, but this one I have to. Oh well. Just means next time we'll have to try harder. Alright, quit to the menu for now. Alrighty. Now then. Good effort. Yeah, today was good. Thanks for the show. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. I'm gonna keep a close eye on the numbers for Saturday. It is definitely going to be a interesting time checking in on that, because I would like to make sure that, you know, if the energy I put down is worth the efforts, then I will do my best to keep this moving. Let's see. Schedule stuff, just so I can talk about it. Tomorrow, Sunday stream as usual. It is a collaboration, but the collab starts at, I believe, 7:30. And I start my stream at 7. So it'll probably just be me like 30 minutes of me just noodling on a game, just playing like an emulator or something. Or I might just find another game in my Steam library. Just to play for 30 minutes. Something to do. I hope everyone comes by. And I hope everyone has a good day. This weekend is a great one. It looks like it's a great one to get outside, do some stuff. Or stay inside and enjoy the sunny fall weather. However you wish to spend it, but it's a good weekend to have some fun and have a good time. And to relax, so. Hope everyone does well this weekend. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for once, which is very weird. It's very weird for me to be like, oh yeah, Saturday I can... Very strange. So, now whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.